Happy Tuesday, everybody. I hope everyone's doing well. Hello, Pixels, Mew, Rainer. Hello, everybody. Today, we're going to do some video editing. I'm going to work on some comm stuff. I think I'm going to work on the comm stuff first. Just so I can get it squared away. My wife. Hello, my wife. Hi, everyone. So I think we'll start with the commission work I need to do because I need to do some stuff for Enshrined, and then I'll probably get into video editing for today. I think is the plan. Honestly, this should be an Affinity Publisher icon, but I'm too lazy to fix it. I just want to get stuff set up because I'll be having to work in Publisher for a bit for this project, for this commission, and I just want to get more used to using it. So not now. Leave me alone. I will fix it later. This one, I think. Yes. I want to clean this one up, so save as enshrined playtest mockup. Okay. Now I'm going to delete every page except for a few of them. Okay, so okay, interesting. Okay, that's all those. Okay. Hi, Kiwi! How was your meetings today? I hope they were good. Okay, this is fine, and then I need like an example page. I think I'll be using this page and these pages. Yeah, and then I'll delete all the other pages because I don't think I need that. I say. Oh, this is the example. Or a serious meeting because some people have been dropping the ball. Oh no, they've been dropping the ball. Fuck. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry. Alright, I'm sorry. Well, I hope that gets all sorted out soon. Okay, I'm just gonna delete this page. Delete this page. Delete this page. I already have the example. What am I doing? What am I doing? Loves me. Let's see, delete. Delete this one. Go away. It's because I was on it. I'm just hoping I can find something else because I don't see this company lasting long after the investors pull out. Oof. I hope you find something too. So that way you don't have to worry about nothing. Okay, so here, example title. I don't have example to bulleted text. Did I spell bulleted wrong? Bullet text, example number text. Did I already do everything I planned to do with this already? This one I'll keep. This one I can delete and save, open recent, this one. I just want to grab this guy. Oop. Example lower page imagery. Cool. Image. Okay, This is the table font. What does this belong to? Oh, right. That's how that works. What is this? This is main text. What is this? Chapter style. Chapter style. Hi, Rhino! Happy Tuesday. Chapter text style. Okay, and then heading. What does heading belong to? What is this one? Heading style? Okay, there's a difference. What is this? The difference between... paragraph style, character style. Oh! Oh! Brain is making sense. Brain is making sense. Okay. Would like it a lot more if it was like... Okay, yeah. Table style. Oops. Oh, okay. So paragraph. Okay. Style. Edit. So default text style. I'm not gonna put this in capitals, I think. Default. Okay. And this one is edit. This is the heading. Text style. Word style looks weird now. Okay, cool. So it's like this one, this one, this one. Okay. Okay, and then what is this guy? This is table style. Shouldn't it be in table style? Okay, so oh no, I understand. Okay. Description title. Oops. And then table style will be table text style. Oops. And this one is the see your face. Text. This is heading. Chapter. Heading. I really wish I could organize these to be okay. If I go here, Example title. Chapter text. So it should be chapter style and an example title. It should be the two. Should be chapter text and then example title. Trees come on to me. Can't be that easy, baby. Chapter title. This is different. Yeah, okay. So I would want so here. This is alright. So the table of contents should be taken from heading 1. Interesting. Is that how it looks in? It's just heading. This is just heading this time. It's very interesting. It's not changing. Oh. Think. Heading. Takes the heading. Chapter number text. Where's chapter number text come from now? See? What font is this? Oh, Bookmania? Is that the one I'm missing? Nope, I'm just being silly, I guess. Update contents. Okay. Does this not have a style? Goes from style name, so it's yeah, so it should take chapter title and heading. Oh, I see. So then all I have to do is do style 2. Style 2. Hi, boofers. How you doing? Okay, so I want style 2, I think. It's 8 point, 12 point, 8 point. No. But I don't understand why it's picking I'm on first. Been okay? How's everyone today? Been pretty good. Been pretty good. I'm just trying to figure out how to do this. So that way I can have it for later. Wait, could it be because of this? No, those are below. Okay. Copy. Why? I just had a medicine burp. Ew. Let's see. I give it a check and booth. TFC style, TFC 1. It's true, I am an empath. This is true. Let's all get a drink. Open the kitchen sink. Affinity publisher. How to change order a table of contents. The order of text range with a layer of handles, headings, and low layers appear before the headings and higher layers. Then a single frame headings higher in the frame appear. Interesting. So it is based off of this, no? Chapter heading. So this should be at the bottom. The page number, the table, the sections. So save. And then if I update the table of contents, maybe it'll fix it. It did it! Include section headings. Is that what I need? No. That's not what I need. Where'd the numbers go? Where then? Oh, there we go. Cancel. This is when I added the heading text in the style I wanted. Selected and copied the heading text. Added an index mark at the beginning of the heading. Step 3, because the index mark dialog. They have an index window. Index. Let's do that here. Options. Include section headings, auto, English. So wait, what? Maybe I gotta look at a video on it. Tour aligning text out. Interesting. I don't have that view. Because I need 2020. Flatulence and laughter. This is correct. I'm so ticklish. How is it going? How are you doing? I hope you're having a great day. Create style base. Delete. I'm going well. How are you? I'm doing well. I'm having a bit of the burps, but I'm doing good. VCD. Okay, so they're in alphabetical order. Show hierarchical. I think this is the problem. Where's the chapter text? Header chapter title? What the fuck? Interesting. Duplicate. Okay. Hi. No. Detach paragraph. Delete chapter title. Let's make a new paragraph based on chapter title. It's heading, next level, and then, okay. But the problem is, delete that. Because I want to unparent heading from chapter title, but it won't do that. New? Okay. So if I do a new one based on chapter title, next style. Okay. So, okay. This is based off of chapter title. Heading, no, it's not. So if I actually, if I were to go down, take chapter text, instead give it heading, ignore. Heading chapter style text. And then make a new paragraph. Paragraph style, this will be cancel. And then I made it, was it Bookmania, I think? Bookmania with this color. It should be correct. 14. I believe that's how that page looks. Okay, I see. This one becomes 16, I believe. 18. Cool. Now apply style to paragraphs. Update style. Edit style. This is the chapter style. Chapter. Okay. And now. I don't know if any of this changes. Delete genders context. Now if I go back up here, I want chapter and heading. Cool. But why did that change? Bold. Interesting. Let's make it Bookmania again. Oh, where is it? I'm gonna go back up here. It is Bookmania 8 bold. 8. Is it bold? It is bold. Okay. Every chapter. Default text styles. Table text styles. Odd. So if it's that one, that makes sense. But it should be... Yeah, this makes sense. Table font. Edit. No one. I think that looks correct. Hi, Fruit Bat. How are you? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Okay, I think I'm at a point where I just have to delete all the styles. Boy. Delete all styles. There you go. Okay. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm just trying to figure out how to use a publisher program for document formattation. Alright, so this new paragraph style, this will be chapter title based on none, font is Bookmania, font size is 14, except for these are initial ones. What does this do? Let's see. What am I using? Affinity Publisher 2. Okay. Affinity Publisher 2. How to first letter different size in Word. It's initials, isn't it? Yeah. Just to explain for other ID features, Find a character size. You can modify it by drop caps with line height to 1. That didn't make sense. I don't want to hear it. Oh, the drop caps option parents and figures. Oh, interesting. Hi, Zoe. Happy Tuesday. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Drop caps enabled. Oh. 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 And then this will be based on. It won't be based on any, so this will be chapter base text. And then okay. Oh no, that's wrong. Oops. I need to. Attach, delete. What does this do? Create group style. What is this chapter? So if I created this. And then I made it based on chapter. Ah, and then now they're both gonna go into chapter. I like it. Okay. Okay. Edit. Chapter. Okay. So this would be chapter style. Okay. And then edit. This will be chapter. And then edit base text. And then we would make a new. Font family, font weight, font width, font size. So become 18. Okay. Oop, no. Actually, no, that's correct. It would be based on the base text. This would be initial. Okay, it says this is 18, but it is not. Delete character initial. Why can't I change? Is it because of the group style? Font. Or change font weight to none. Interesting. So if I were to pull these out of this then. Okay. And then change this? Interesting, it's not changing. Now it'll change. Interesting. Interesting. I can't change the letter now. Could that be because of that? It couldn't because of this. What is this? Media, font size, no change. Ah, figured it out. Cool. That means this can go back into chapter style. Just okay. And then if I made this, font size, no change. No change. No change. Okay, then let's undo this. And then if I made this. Yeah, I don't want to feel anything. No change. Open the kitchen sink. I don't want to feel anything. Interesting. So why does this change this? Font style, regular, no change. Now can I hear it? It's weird. Please drink. I'm up in the kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel anything. There we go. There we go. It was because drop caps was enabled. Hog. And oh yeah. Okay, so add no style. This is chapter initial. Font 18. Font family. Good morning, Vexed. How are you doing? Okay, so now, let's base it off of chapter style, and then chapter style. Okay. So now, if I made a new text thing and I wrote whatever. So what are we doing today? We are testing out using Affinity Publisher, which allows us to format things like books and stuff, because we are helping Enshrined format their TTRPG. And then we're gonna video edit. White Seer Gaming, hello, welcome on in. How's it going? How's your day? I'm good. It's my Saturday. Damn. Well, I hope you enjoy it. Okay, so I said if I wrote like, let's do like no style, nothing. Let's do hello. And then I gave it this. And then let's say I gave that one this. And then this one I gave this. Okay, so that works. I'm doing good, also doing some work, but not work. That's valid. You know, do work, but don't do work, you know? What are we working on? We are working on creating a template for the enshrined TTRPG, so that way I can have a base document so I can understand, so I can more quickly make all these edits. Chapter base tag, chapter. I think I need to do another. No style. Chapter normal. So you're learning with me. Font, no change. Okay. Chapter base, font family, font weight, font width. I want to make them all capitals. How do I do that? I'm writing a novel. Another novel writer? Oh, I love you guys. So cool. What kind of novel are you writing? Care to share? I think it's meant to be in here. Font weight. I want to make it all capitals. Puppy eyes. I'll cry. Tracking baseline, superscript, spelling. Frick, bro. What the fuck is it in? Is it in here? I hope not. I should point out that this is not my job. I'm actually an Whoa! That's fucking cool! That's so cool! That's a cool ass job there, brother. But the book is a fantasy novel? That is also cool! Very cool. You're very cool. Welcome on in. Well, I hope that I can keep you company as you work on your novel. And we don't, we're kind of cool in here, you know. Okay, so let's see. Let's do no style, and then let's do chapter 2. Eat. Wait, hold on. How is it formatted? Chapter 2. Eat my ass. Okay, let's say, for example, that is what it is. Then we would make this base text. With chapter. This, however, would become... Oh, let's make it all base text. This, however, would become initial. And this would become normal. And... Oh, but I want base text to be all capitalized. Typography. Alternates, variants, figures, capitals. All caps. Apply. Yes! It follows Maeve the Bounty Hunter. She is a Fae-packed warlock. Her patron is in love with her. Doesn't want to force her into loving him back. She is also prophesied to be the queen of his Fae realm. She has evolved for her mark that she is chasing. Sexy! I love it. I love it. Oh my god. When can I get a signed copy? I like it. I like it a lot. Cool. I have fixed it. Cool. So let's do that whole thing to here. Chapter base text. This one initial. This one normal. Fuck yeah! I have just hit 10k words so a while. Fuck! It's okay. Beauty takes time. Perfection takes time. I understand. I'm only 25, so you got years. Hopefully I can have a signed copy of that, you know, before I turn 50, but you know, no rush. No rush. Okay, so now, refresh. Because I need table of contents set chapter. Figuring it out. Cool. And then can I duplicate this? Titles. Ignore TOC. Okay. Huh? Okay. I'm older, but hopefully we'll have this one out before I pull a George Martin. I believe you. I believe in you. If anything, I'll just make sure that you keep writing by having you stick around here, and I'll keep asking you how it's going. and we can talk about it. And I actually have quite a few people that like to write books, so I'm sure, and quite a few people actually that like to read books, coincidentally enough, because I don't read. But I'm sure people in my community would love to hear about updates on your story. Kiwi Goblin Books, one of the community members here, writes a lot. They actually help me work on my lore, quite a bit of my lore. So, and they also write fantasy novels. So that's pretty poggers. Stop kitchen sink in the kitchen sink. I don't wanna. What is this? I believe this is. Ah, yes, it is. But where is the number? Include page number. There we go. Nice. Fan fiction incoming. Pog, Elaine, don't read, but if you ever make it audio, I'm sure she would love it. I mean, I might read it eventually. Shit. I might read it eventually. I'm getting better at reading, especially because Kiwi's been redeeming Read Me a Story, you know? And then I read a creep cat, what the fuck do you call it? And then I read a no sleep story, you know? So we get better at it. Also, I want to lurk. Who's streaming? Gordy's streaming. I want more. I think I just crashed my Google Chrome. Okay. Oh, actually, it's Brave, but still. Okay, so that one's good. So now I have to, like, remake it, I think. I don't know what you are. What are you? Base? Okay, I don't know what that is. Chapter text. Chapter base text. Edit? Font. Let's keep it on Bookmania. I want everything to be on Bookmania so I don't feel weird. Cool. Okay. Gordy got partner. I'm so... Yes! Yes! Hold on, I have to tell him congrats. Is my graphic acceleration on? That's why I'm bugging. Let me go! I want to tell Gordy congrats! Partner! He's playing Final Fantasy music. Pumpkin Spice Gamer subs when? I don't know, dude. Whenever you get sponsored for it. Away from the tide. Alright, let my message will now get lost in the void. Alright, I'm happy now. Okay, so paragraph style, no style. It will have a paragraph style known as the header. It'll be called the header. And the font will be Bookmania. Okay. Header, okay. We take this guy. Where's my font? And apply update header. Okay. My phone's going off because I need to post social media stuff. I forgot to do the YouTube. I forgot to prepare any of my videos for today. Silly me. Oopsie poopsies. Fuck. Currently writing a fight scene. Do you want a snippet? I'd love a snippet. Gimme. Gimme. I need to have like a grabby hands emoji. Like, gimme. I need a grabby hand emote. Grabby hands emote. Island. This one's really cute. Maeve brought the pommel of her sword upon his chin with brutal force. His head snapped back, mouth open in a choked gasp. She didn't hesitate. With a twist, she slid her blade across his exposed throat. Blood sprayed hot and sudden. He dropped without a sound. Poggin! I love it. Very visual. It's a very clear visual in my mind. I like it a lot. Good job. I like it. Can't wait for more. Yum, 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 yum. Very tasty. Very tasty. Very yum. I like it a lot. Boop, boop, boop. Let me get these posted. Like now. Thank you for sharing with us, though. I'm very, very excited to see how it turns out. Pornography. Post. I'm gonna post it here. Violent. Oh, that's why I don't remember, because I didn't open my planner for today. Right. I don't like that. No. You say brainwashing. Pigeon Ed, welcome on in. How is it going? I like your name. Hi, I hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. Trying to figure out what emoji I want to use, and it's always so hard because I don't know what I want to do. I think I'll just do V highlight like this. Yeah, I think so. Let's replace. Yeah, okay. Why is it weird? Why is it weird? Okay, fix it. There we go. It changed back? Why did it change back? Okay, there. Hey. Boop, 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 boop. I don't know if Nui's on Blue Sky. They are. I'm stupid. You know, cockroach milk nutrition, like, heated. Save. Put that one there. And I'm just gonna wait a few minutes for this. Because again, I don't want my views cannibalizing themselves, so I'm gonna go do the ones for YouTube, which today is Damn Dahlia. $27. Storytime, TikTok, VTuber. Ooh. Yeah, YouTuber clips, Twitch streamer. Let's do just art. The highlights, no. these guys, slap these bad boys in here, shove them in here, make this English, don't publish to, don't notify people, public. Can I do this? Yes. Poggin? I want a grabby hands emote. But I don't know if that's like a thing. Because this one's cute. I don't know like how it would be a thing without being like a whole. I guess this one would work. Like without the little heart on top. It just well, I like this one. I think this one works the best. It's like, yeah. I'll make one of those later. I really like this song. There we go. The two ADHDs, the two hands kind of make me think you're grabbing titty. That's fine. So that's kind of the mood, you know, that's kind of the vibe, you know, it's like, I actually do this a lot. I do grabby hands a lot. I do the gimme hands a lot. However, if I need something right away, I do this to Pixels a lot. If I need something, I'll be like, give me, and then I'll make grabby hands, and then I'll be looking at the thing. So he has to like look at what I'm looking at and then hand it to me. If I need it frantically, I do like you know, like the Italian hand. This thing. I do this, but then like I open and close it, and I'm like, gimme. And that means I need it now. my little tism hands. If I do the normal grabby hands, that just means, yeah, I know, right? So I have like two things that are like this. So my grabby hands is one, where it's like, if I'm just doing like this grabby hands, it's just like, hand it to me whenever. Or, well, it's like, if I have a relaxed hand, it's like whenever. If I do, like, the baby grabby hands, it's like, please at your earliest convenience. And then if I do the Italian grabby hand, that means I need it now. And then I have another thing where it's the word baby. If I call someone a baby, that means I think they're being childish. If I'm like, oh, this a baby. Hold on. Where is it? Sim wrote it down for me. Baby. Yeah, okay. When I just use the word baby, it means to any small animal, small object, or person with a more demure personality. But if I do, oh wait, if I use the term baby, it refers to an actual child or a human. If I use baby, that means an actual infant. So like I have levels of how I use the word baby. It's like, it's a baby. But yeah, I do that a lot. I have levels of my levels of tism. They grow. It's bugging me. All right, cool. All right, back to this. Header with a font style. Oh, this is the header text. And then the font family becomes Bookmania, font style, regular, font size, 14, and then capitals, all caps. Cool, so if I click this and I made it header text, it would be the same. But what if the baby is being particularly baby? Well, then, like, they're just adorable, you know? Like, honestly, like, I don't use it consciously, the thing, like, baby, or, like, the gimme hands. I just kind of realized it a while ago. I think I realized it this morning, because, like, I needed Pixels to give me something, and I made, like, very quick grabby hands. And he reacted like, oh shit, I need to give her this thing. And it was just very funny to me. Okay, so let's make a new paragraph style. This is going to be, normal text. Or, yeah, just say normal. The font will be Bookmania. Actually, I could just, okay. Ooh, undo. Wait, delete normal. I have to go pee. This is normal. Why does it keep, like, basing itself in there? And then update normal. Oh, I need to create a group, which is header. Oh, no, this is header style, my bad. And then header goes in header style. Header style. And then, oh, I gotta go pee so bad. Normal text. Oh my god. Normal text. Normal text. Font. It's okay. Update. Oh, it's this one. Update normal text. Update normal, and then this will be normal style. Okay. And then normal will go into normal style. Normal text will go into normal style. There we go. Alright, I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Fix my hairband because it's hurting my brain. Alright, we're good now. Boop. Hello. Alright. Unplug my mask because it's annoying me. Alright, example title. Okay, so that's the normal style and stuff. And so now if we go here and I update this, table of contents should have chapter and header. Oh, you're gonna make me fight! Oh my god, why? Ooh, this pisses me off. I don't understand. Okay, so if I... Is it... I'm really confused of why this is happening. I'm about to piss me off. Okay, let's say there's one page. And then let's just say we do this, and we do chapter 1. I smell you, and then we make this the chapter style, chapter base text, chapter base text, chapter initial. Oh wait, I think this is the wrong one, that's why. There you go. And then this one will go to normal. And then, let's say we made another text that says, ew, eat my ass. And then made that header text. And now, if I refresh the table of contents, it works. Okay, cool. So I'll just make this the example page then. Chapter number text. Oh, not that. Okay. How do I do this one? Interesting. Example title. I'd rather have this go out. And then should on. Is it like right below? No. Interesting. Why are you playing the same music, DJ? Oh. Don't skip that song. Okay. This should have margins, which is what I want. one, I think I did this wrong. So let me go here. No, that's right. What is this? Is what this is? No. Picture frame tool, picture frame tool. What's the text, right? I need to know the difference. Text frame. Text. Rectangle tool. So if I need this one. Wait, let's try this one. Yeah, and then it's like right, and then it's not going out of the margins. It does go out of the margins. And then text block. Even the body, Cambodia, the sky above me, below. Image, let's go over here, goes at the bottom. Text block, block. Margins, rectangle. Let's delete that guy. Save, let's go here. Let's delete this. Delete all this. If I refresh. You son of a bitch. Why are you like this? Let's see. Is it inverted maybe? Is that why? It is! Oh. Oh, sweet Lord baby Jesus. Okay. That was the whole issue. That's fine. I'll take this. I'm just gonna slap that bad boy in here. Large spacer. No wonder I had a hard time figuring out why. Alright, there we go. And we're just put this smaller. And then if this is the case, we're just gonna delete this page. And then and header will be why is it not indenting? Header 2. Oh, it's position, tracking current horizontal space. Font weight. And then let's do tab stomps. Okay, that's not doing a justification. Column ends on cache initial words. Tracking. Kerning. Medium override, horizontal scale. Shear. Vertical scale. Spelling, hyphenation, typography script, optical alignment. Would I mistake you for a sign from God? Or are you really here to cut me off? Oh, baby, just to turn me on. These days. There we go. I wouldn't wish that I could be a man. Oh, maybe we're a good girl, bad. Refresh. Hog. Right into you. All the blood's playing in the blue. And you say, oh, something you do. Make the mind. My body, flesh and bone, yeah. How holds me, earth below. Chart. Okay, no, wait, yeah, this one. Chart. Heading. And chart text. And then this will be chart style. Okay, so update. Update. Oops. Update. Let's make this chart style. This guy. Update. Oh. This is. Because I'm a devil, we looking for redemption and I'm. This one. This is. Oh. This goes into chart style. Okay. Let's manage chart heading. So these should all have, yeah, and then this needs to go into chart style. So now chart chapter. And then making sure the example title looks okay. It does not. Because this is 14 and that's 18. Okay, so header. Let's add a style. This is going to be header initial, which will have no style, except this should be 14, right? 14. Yeah, 14 and then 18 again, so this is 18. There we go. Sure, and then update. Oops. Update. Font. Mania 18. Okay. Style. There's the header style. Okay. And then margins. Is this strong billion? Oh no, it's no pilots. There we go. That's looking good. That's how it looks in here. Actually, this text is incorrect. What size is it? 16? Header initial. This is chapter base text. Font size is 15. There we go. This is 16. Is this all 16? 18, 16, okay. It is actually 16. And then this is 16 as well. Okay, cool. Example chart. Is that how the example chart looks? I just want to make sure. Yes. Alrighty. Feeling good. Like that you have a space, so let's just fix that. And I need to look at what size is their font actually? What size is this? It's much smaller than I was making it. So I could make it smaller. I kind of like the legibility of mine. This is like okay. Alright, example chart, lower image. Example chart's good. And then I don't think there are any other styles that I'm missing. I'd like to duplicate a style, but I don't know if that'll work. If I could duplicate... Oh, this one, it needs a style. I think this one just needs this, which is going to be credit text style. Credit text. Okay. Update credit text. Okay, cool. And then this should be normal text, normal text, normal style, which is good. That went along happily. And create a text. Oh, that shouldn't have been like that. And then let's do new header TOC ignore. Okay. Okay. This is going to be text header style. See, ignore. Okay. Update. This will be based on this one. Okay. And then we add a new one. Add a new one. This is the header initial. I'll just name it 2. Edit 2. Okay. And then we take this guy. Update. So now this should have this. This beginning piece should have this. I'm just making sure. It did that. I didn't want it to do that, but yeah, okay, that's what I was worried about. Okay, that's fine. This is based on the header TOC ignore. Cool. And then this would also get that. Initial. I don't know why this doesn't start here though. And this start here. This will do the same thing where it's like header. And this is the initial. Nice. Very nice chat. Very fluid. Very good. I am very happy with this. Now everything that we do will be very streamlined and it makes me very happy. The only thing I need... Oh shit, I need to make bulleted text. Fuck! Let's do this over here. Bulleted text with bullet system. Okay, and then I believe the bullet system is paragraph based. So switching types. See where is this based? Bulleting and numbering, cool. Okay. So I'm just gonna make 2 lines and have these be bulleted. And then let's say la 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 la. Okay. Exactly. Okay, so it's done with this. Let's do that. Do a new font family is going to be Bookmania. The size will be, I believe, 12? 8, I think, actually. And then we're going to name this. Oh wait, we don't need this actually. We need a paragraph, which is going to be bulleted. Yeah, okay. Then we do bullet. We do diamond. Don't need this part or this part. We'll do like a space. Style, no style. Oh, normal text. Actually, does it need that? No. Left, center, left. Okay. And then I would have a normal text style. Yeah. And now, how did I make this? Is it in here? Nope. I think it's in here. Addiction. And this hyphenation? Nope. Actually, is this? Let me turn this down to 0. Yep, there you go. And then I just want to change this. I like this one more. Thank you for the cheek, Pam. Alright, cool. So now this is bulleted. Update bulleted. Font. Just make it all Bookmania. Uppies! You want uppies? Here, come here. Come here. Oh, can I make you so you don't flip? River expressions. Cancel. Global item settings. Oh. T is in lab today. I want him to pin to my tummy. I think that works. I think that's right. I just don't want you to be flopping all around, man. I'd feel bad. Ah, fuck. A fishnet bodysuit? That's interesting. Probably because of the overlay pattern. Can I make it... Can I turn that off? Hold on. Let me crack open your code, baby. Items. I think I forgot this. Nope. Where is it? It's one of these. Pin. Only pin one move, claim input. Oh. Okay, not that one. Beauty is the cutest. Nothing more pin. Pin. Oh, this one. And I wonder, VTube Studio, turn item off from pinning. He's really good on me. I know, I love him. I want to have it so it doesn't pin. But I think I'm just gonna have to reset him, so let me do that. Okay, hold on. Because I don't like it when he pins to me. I just want him to be his own guy. 11. Right. I missed the old Kanye. I wasn't even around for the old Kanye, but listening to his older music hits harder. Okay, just to make sure this works. Boop. Cool. Now, cool. There you go, baby. What he deserves. Okay. Bulleted text style. Okay. And then if you know what it means, numbered. Know what it means. What it means. He's gonna wonder. Cool. And then I probably should read these because I need to know this information. Well, sage advice. No. If you want to create a new unofficial magic item or guide to homebrew. Are you looking to create content using 2014 or different licenses for 2014? SRD 5.1 to 2. Converting the system reference document. Converting system reference document 5. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. Oh, this looks pretty normal. I think it'll be fine. It'll be something that I'll have to check as I'm doing it. What's this? Oh, good lord. I don't want to do any of that. Cool. The rest of it will be formatting that is my preference, and that is it. Nope. Pog. I'm so glad I organized this though. It makes me feel a lot better. The person don't like me. Pog? Okay. Not a cycle. Baby, when you are. Oh, DM. Let me check VGen again. Sorry, everything was okay for the client. New best friend. Brick. Product 2D art. Overlays. Fen K9. This one. Alright, we got that done. Now the rest of the stream will be video editing. Export. Our project's 2D. Overlays. Fen K9. Like one, yes. Nope. Nope. Alright. I just want that to be nice. Blands? I think about them just to think about. I forgot to post my VOD. Every day, it's 2 days in your 6th, the 9th, the 9th, and the 10th. Each the 10th. VOD. 9th and the 10th, okay. Okay. Chill, cozy, maincoow. 10th, upload twitchvods, no. Oh no, that's fine. Next. Publish. Save, close. And I'm gonna make sure tomorrow's thumbnail will be good for tomorrow. Which promos? This one. Reactions. Okay, so Pancake's not gonna be there. Noble's not gonna be there. 1, 2. It should be 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. I'm probably gonna make Gore go on the other side. Just so that way I can scoot everyone. Pancaked in here. Now we're gonna put Gore over here. Like that. And we should be good. Stream. Twitch promos. Yep. See, close, close. Couch. Thumbnail. Please let me know if I foregore someone. What about makeup? Alright. I think we're good to edit now. Trust in my self-righteous suicide. I cry when angels deserve to die. I want to play some Gecko Shop in the background. Can we do that? Is my computer gonna die if I do that? I don't think so. I need to uninstall stuff. Install. Uninstall. Okay. Suicide. I cry. Okay, cool. Because the rest of these demos I do want to try. Oh, I do need to do a video on Rent Lord as well, actually. Do that next week, I think. And I'll give keys away for that. Next Tuesday. Do the next Tuesday. Why have you forsaken me when your eyes forsake? Next Tuesday, give away Steam keys for the game Rent Lord. My self-righteous suicide. Where's Gecko Johnson? Manage, add to special little BBs. Actually, it's just no, yeah, it's a special little guy. Play. Take a little breaky. Oh, they have so much new stuff. Jaw. Lockjaw. I'll go to the beach first. I'm not seeing any shells. I'm going back. I know in V0.2, they're actually adding multiplayer, which is very interesting. I don't remember what set these guys are from. I think they're from some set. I think they're from set 3. On a palette. Who's out there? Actually, can I put you here? Oh. This right here. Hopefully these are the right ones. They are! Yippee! Ooh. I still wish you could name them. Like, name the ones that you keep. Lockjaw. Lockjaw. I'm off and I'm gonna go check out this card chat to see if I'd want to. Fuck it! Yeah! Go for it! I hope it goes well. I hope you like it. I want to get all the non-sparkly ones. I need to get this one from set 2 and one more from set 3. Where do I put you? Let's see. I guess I'll just put you there. Green. This one was like red. It's like magenta. So I'd put it in the red spot, but that's okay. Wish I could pick up more than one. Ooh, what new items did they add? Ooh, a picture frame? I want to add a picture frame. How can I add a picture frame? Add a picture frame. What else we got? Restock tanks. Oops. Walls, wall windows. Ooh, cleaning utensils. A wet floor sign. Pause. Cool. The bamboo plants are cool. Very interested in the pictures though. How do I use this? I'm gonna put a picture of my cat on the wall. I think I'm gonna send myself a picture of my cat if I remember right. Get time as I before my eyes. If it's what I want, copy link. Oh, disappeared. Copy path directory. What? I just got the dirtiest look ever. Why? Who be giving my baby dirty looks? Who? I'll fuck him up. That's marking. Oops. Is it not working? Probably my pied pins. Just like to suck a dick. You know, when I tell them they can suck a big fat dick. No, I want to put a picture up. Where's the picture? Where is it? I want the picture. I don't know how this shit works, to be honest. Like, there's also a way to do the phone wallpaper, too. But it's not working. Mine never works. My picture frames have never... My picture frame and the phone wallpaper never work. They said it was... Alright. Gecko shop! Yeah! I'm trying to get a picture of my cat in the game. Because I want to. Copy as path. Does it have to be a PNG? Oh, it has to be a PNG file. Ghost got a gecko made in that game? Yeah, the Josh gecko? Yeah, they told me about that because we're in the Discord server and I was like, hey yo. Start function. Oh, start function. Shit, nice. I was in it, but I wasn't that active. I'm not that active either. I'm just in there so I can see the updates. Okay, now it should work. Why is it not working? I just want my cat in the picture. Why? How do you do this? How do you do this? I don't understand. Right click a PNG file, then copy directory path. Right click, copy as path. I have to do it again. Let me have. Oh my god, they have a little joke in the business for sale here. They got Mexican bottled water, which is used as an example for bad business. That's crazy. Hi, I want my picture. I want my picture. The cheaper way is to add furniture. Up to 350 will attract customers. And photos. How do you add photos? I want to have a photo of my cat. I'm screaming. How do I do this, bro? The good business idea is mixing glass bottled water. Got a point. Okay, what about this one? Copy as path. What about this one? Can I have this one? Why can't I have it? Please. Please. I just want to put a silly picture up. I'm sure it sells, but like, come on, how are you gonna market that? Good point. The newest update removed to point this entry. I don't know how to add it. It's like hard to file name and notice sources on the first one. Pass will still work even in the next patch. Try that. Usually right clicking. Just be aware that you have to. Bro, how am I supposed to change it? I wanna. Please, it's all I want. It's all I want. It's all I want in life. Oh, why? Maybe I should get the one on the phone to work. I don't want to spend all day doing this, but I want my cat on my phone. Okay, the Wobbuffet one worked. What the fuck? The Wobbuffet one worked. Is the picture too big, maybe? Okay, maybe it's just too big. Okay, I'll resize it. Okay, what about this? Reminds me of Grounded. It does give Grounded vibes, doesn't it? Oh, yippee! It's my kitty cat! Okay, maybe it was just too big. Oh, that way I want this image. There. Okay, and then I'm just gonna resize this to be smaller than half. You know, the better taste of Mexican cocoa now tastes the pure artisanal water with the same freshness only a glass bottle can provide. Or you could go full meme like Dos Equis with the most interesting man in the world. That's true. That's true. You just have to have an interesting market ploy. Okay, maybe this one will work now. Yippee! It's my cat! It's my cat! Yay! I am happy. I can rest in peace now. But the rest of the geckos away. How many are there? 9 out of 10? Yippee! That's all I've ever wanted. This is a striped one. I'm gonna put this one here. Put this one here. Salty waves coming, and the pressure against my skin. Oh, I should open this door. The haze above my TV is everything I see. Oh, I put them on the other side. Was the strength that worried me? And it was hard to go down on me. Oh, there, let me go right down. I wanna, from a new perspective. I love you cause I love your face. And all of your expensive taste. And who cares if I'm undemented? Another place for a new perspective. And that would be a good idea. Let me up and get out of here. I'll do this one first. And no, this is the easiest one. Let's do V highlight first. That's the wrong one. Okay. Take everything for granted, but we believe everything is fine. Waiting for the hours, flying 100 separate lines. Let it up inside. Flag over to go down on me. Perspective. Because I love your face, and I'll admire your expensive taste. And who cares if I'm not into? Let me up and getting out of here. Getting out of here. My music's slow. You everything. The one that need me searching through your bed. The look room. Corrected, I wanna live a life from a new perspective. Come along because I love your face, and I'll admire your expensive. I wanna live it from a new perspective. A good idea. Cause me, I'm getting out of here. Good idea. Oops. Okie dokie. Let's do. I'm gonna pause this for a second. Okay, this is done. This is done. And the next bit we need to do is their clips. You know what? I'm actually gonna pause this. No, it's fine. I'll just keep going till I run out of geckos. I do need to get close stuff though. I have like too many things open. There you go. So do 8. And 10. Nope. 405. Yep. Let's do zoom, switch and conform, routine, scoot it over a bit. Let's change this to 150. Oh, okay. Let's do this. Oh, someone's stealing! Don't steal! Asshole. Oh, that works. There we go. Routine, this one. Says the nukes explode and kill the neighbor's kids. Let's shoot out to space and watch them. Oh my god, my eye just okay. I'm bad, I'm just waiting around. Just looking at time. Sounds almost done. I like the spacing of that, but it's like I kind of want to like split this right here. Let's do like this one. Your diary, I've been trying me, and I get the song to my peace of mind. I want to zoom in a bit, I think. Vocal stim, 2 for 1. You got it, bucko.
The Egyptians believed the most significant thing you could do in your life was die.
Babies have no fucking personality. Get the fuck off this earth, you fucking babies.
Babies have no fucking personality. I fucking love that meme. Let's watch the rain when it's falling down. Like, oop. It's falling down, it's falling down. Maybe again and again. Oh, in the skin. I was hoping for Democracy Manifest, but that was fine too. Hey man, it's a 1 in 45 plus shot. I like to try to predict. That's valid. No, that's valid. The one and only guy. Let's watch the rain as it's falling down. This one obtained on the other side. And zoom in on him a bit more. Change speed. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me, bro. What'd I get? What'd I get? The vet! Oh no. Well, we're pretty low on supply, so I'm gonna close the store for now. What do you mean I gotta go to the vet? I don't wanna go to the vet. That's a whole last thing. Hold on. The vet's like over here, I think. In the same way. When you leave, you already stand together, here I stay. And whether you and I don't ever have to die. Hello. There you go. They're sick, have shedding issues, put them on the table next to me. Gotcha. How do I know that my geckos are okay, though? Sheeshells. I think I've gotten most of these. I think I'm just waiting for, like, the rainbow ones to pop up, I think. We've gotten that one. Yeah, I've gotten most of these. It's gonna hurt to turn in them. Oh, there's some over there too. I wonder if the cart would work for this. The shopping cart. Honestly, I just wish you could have a basket more than a cart, because a cart's the whole thing, you know? Breaking down. Oh, there's one all the way over there. I sees it. Ooh, rainbow one! Oh! Yippee! I'll be too young for this. Ooh. Oh my god, there's more. There's so many seashells. Constant cycle of me just throwing them. Oh, the seashells. I think that's all of them for that side of the beach. Is that a different one? What are you? You're a green tooth. I call these ones the tooth ones, or the claw ones. Bloop. Bloop. Nice. Alright, the beach is all cleaned up now. I think I got all the shells. I wonder what ones I have left now. I have most of them. Oh, I'm missing like a spiral one. I'm missing a starfish. I'm missing arrowheads and the rainbow ones. Rainbows, arrowheads, spirals. Right? Starfish, arrowhead, spirals. Starfish, arrowhead, spirals, yeah. There's a bird in here. Ah, there's AFK here. Cool. Okay, I think I need one more clip from Red Claw. I think is my thing. I just realized I make their thing just it should just be Red Claw. Something sweet of each tree, while the wind don't when I find that lately I've been broke. They go apply to the job. The shop is actually one of the nicer ones in town, even if they focus on sports cards. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, sports cards is a very interesting choice, but yeah, if they're nice, fuck it. Yeah, go for it. I hope they treat you right, Kiwi. If they won't, I'll go and eat them. Remember that. I will eat them if they are not kind to you. And I will jump on the let's do this section. Oop. And I should put like video transitions between stuff. And now I find I've grown into torture. A special magic. Whoa! What card did you get? What card did you get? Up to the top of the big night sky, streets hurry, leave me and breathe. Something in the hush is floating. I love this. Oh, Gary the Snail Pog. That's really cool. I didn't know they had SpongeBob cards. Makes sense though. Word from you and I would jump off of this ledge. Jump on, baby. Tell me don't so I can go back in. They sold it at market value. Wow, they didn't try to upsell you? They didn't try to upsell you? That's awfully nice of them. Please hurry, leave me, I can't breathe. About Twitter, is there other platform? Take the world off my shoulders, if it was ever hard to move. Into the rain, why she's so perfect. Perfect on me, that's right. And you're out of time in my mind. Sometimes I look in her, and that's where I find a glimpse of us. I try to avoid a touch, and you know the way it is. Sometimes said I would all the years and time. Let's see, how is this? Is this a part of your soul? One that I can never live. Never feel lonely. Maybe I've got to soul. Find me again. You're out of sight in my mind. Sometimes I look in her, that's where I'll find her. Try to fall for her touch, the way it was. Said I moved on, only heroes and time. The blues. Sound effects. Cool, and then that's done, that's done. King's Roar. Need audio. Need audio, video editing, copyright free music. A lot of horror stuff, which is valid. I was just hoping for more. Let's do rock climb. Two. I need this one. Cool. I just need to do the subtitles, and that one will be done. And then the next one we'll do will be probably Did You Know? And then if I have it shine, and then depending on the time, we'll do Vote for Fun. Yeah. And honestly, I wanted to be haunted by the likes of she. Look at me. He's the ghost of Chicago. We got lost somehow. He gets married tomorrow. Oh, when I go and I'll go. Oh my eye itches. Oh. Oh, you know what I need more of? I need more sand. And then where should this sit? This should sit on -52. Cool. I'm sure you've heard this, Dino Kings or Across the Land. Heard this, Dino Kings or Across the Land. Redclaw is not only the biggest dino around, but also an entertaining content creator and talented artist. They stream over on Twitch, playing a variety of games and enjoying hanging out with their friends. They showed us their true alpha. They've shown us their true alpha artist energy by drawing all their model art and quite a few epic pieces as well. With all that said, be sure to check them out on their socials. Show them your mighty roar. Cool. Hold on. The highlight. Next movie, did you know? What's Gordy up to? He's playing Escape the Backroom with his friend. Oops. Oops. Super. Have I gotten that one yet? I think I have. Do I have a fairy in there? I do, okay. Wait, I want you to go in this one. This has a castle. Ooh, what a dapper gentleman. Wow, that one's 3,000? That's crazy. I kind of wanted to sit here. But, like, that's fine, actually. Oh, witch. Witch. Another dapper gentleman. I wonder if I could. How do I do the thing? Oh, can I not edit it? Something's in there. I can't edit this. Why can't no edit? Oh, is it because of this? Okay, now I'm even more confused. Huh. I can't edit my stuff. Strange. Can I edit this one? That's weird. I guess I'll get the shopping cart. Yeah. This here. Oh no, are you sick? You're sick! He's sick! You need to go. You need to go. You go to the vet. 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 There you go. You can. They're sick, or should you put them on the table next to me? Gonna be honest, not a big fan of this cover. Which cover? The last cover? Oh, nah, it's valid. What is this? Oh. I don't really want to listen to any of these. I don't want to listen to this either. Sure. The original's too goated. Britney Spears is too goated. That's the issue. Britney Spears is too goated. Is anybody else sick? Okay, no one else looks sick. Please. I'll talk about it. I like that they just kind of float away. Makes me laugh. No better. It's nice forever. A lot of blue ones. Please don't like this. Nice forever. Magenta. Green. Green. Light blue. Breakfast time. Fuck yeah, what are you having for breakfast? Please don't. I had a bagel for breakfast today. Breakfast, I had bagel, and then I had some fruit. And I have more fruit in a bowl next to me of grapes and a banana. Motherfucking lie, What is this? Oh. That is a sick ass edit, though. What you do, don't you know? I wish I know how to do that, like text editing. I'll have to ask Andrea how she does it, because Andrea knows how it's done. Because Andrea's done it before. Oh, furniture full. Don't be in that. Frick. Put that one there. Get back in the... Get in the cart. Everybody get in the cart. Yeah. That. Open some other ones too. Oops. Oh, these guys. I was made for the song Toxic. They were. I love how Mau Mau's written too. Apothecary Diaries overall is just a really great show and manga. I want to read the light novel eventually. Whenever my brain cell decides to come back to life enough that I can read, but, you know. You go over there. Blue one. That's everybody. Should really invest in a stalker to stalk your geckos? No. Because I got a cashier. What am I gonna do if I get a stalker and a cashier? Like, I don't do anything. You know? It's like, well, what do I do? Just laze around and be a lazy bum? I don't be a lazy bum. I need more orange sand. 1, 2. But maybe. I like organizing my geckos because, like, I gotta put them in a color coordinated way, but maybe. Hunt shells and treasure. But what if I don't want to hunt shells and treasure? What if I just want to run my gecko shop? I bought too much red soil. I don't know. Into your heart. Production 2. Okay. And then just buy as many of the blocks as you can. Whoa! 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 And keep stalking your geckos and chase your bliss. That's valid. That's valid, yes. Wait, which one was that one? Oh. That was set 2 super. I got all the non-sparkly. I got all the supers. I just need a super from set 3. Hog. Oh. That's not what I meant to do. Chicken! 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 I have some getting so many chickens. And an astronaut? And an astronaut? Excuse me. Why is there a bird in my building? Sucking up all the babies. Sucking up all the babies. In my shopping basket. Alright, red start over here. Blue. Lighter blue. Green. Yellow. I think this one starts with yellow. I don't remember what the series starts with. Pink. Lighter blue. Pink. Oh, yeah, so there's two pinks. Come here. And orange, and then narwhal, and then yellow, and then narwhal. Purples. Pink hot dogs. Alright. I'm just AFK. Right here. Right here. And the roses put on the landmine. Not gonna be there. The grapevine. The words of the. Hi, werewolf! Happy Tuesday. How are you? Got a devil in my details. Getting harder, even just to exhale. Hung up in the corners. Don't take mine. Stick to me like caramel. Walk beside me till you feel nothing as well. Good in the garden. This one on the garden. Ooh, Caramel, I love that song. I love that song too. His that fell on the keyboard. That's BLT. He's the physical representation of you, chat. You can use him to talk to me if you want. If I need it, then I understand. But I feel glad you came. Let me say it, so stick to me like caramel. Walk beside me till you feel nothing as well. Falling asleep, I feel silent. No one desire. Going to get bitter over it all. Don't retaliate like before. What? You dance around to the rhythm. The fuck? Okay. Whose decisions? The heck? Oh, there we go. My wife's so cute. Excellent. Your alone. Pages of prison, a beautiful nightmare, a horror vision. Take what I'm given, the deepest decision. I didn't. It's right. The random middle part in the song caught me so off guard when I listened to it. That's valid. No, not gonna lie. I think I had the same like fucking whiplash because I was like, oh yeah, this is a different pace song. Like I'm you know, and then like all of a sudden the middle, and I was like, but it's really good. I like how they mix it. I like bands that like mix nice choruses and then metal together. It's nice. Let's see. Twisty or even. Cool. Anyone want Hampshire Chief Law? What? What? Hampshire Chief Lobster? From Fortnite? I'm not gonna say no, but what is Hampshire Chief Lobster? What? From Fortnite? What the fuck is this? What is the Hampshire Chief for? What is this? Oh, someone's stealing! What I need is a security guard. Oh, this is a Russian Badgers video. Thank you for the song request. I don't know if I'm gonna keep this part. Nope. Boot. So they oh we'll listen to the song you requested after. I don't know if this section is necessary. Both bangers, so not a problem really, Bog. Fuck yeah. Oops. No. Should put it down. Some trouble tonight. Virgin. Someone in the arms of the nights are gonna die young. I love that emote. All night like we're gonna. Bro, I gotta pee. I gotta pee, champ. Oh, whoa. Okay. I was looking at something really quick though before I went to the bathroom. Oh, I'm gonna look at employees. Others, none of our lives. Cleaner, restocker. Swords geckos from restock tanks, level 12. Restocks faster. Maybe he is cheaper than the security. So I don't know. I'll be right back though. I am gonna go piss. I'll go piss and I'll wash my hands. So if you guys need a piss break, go take a piss break. I've returned. The song goes fucking hard, bro. I like it. It's a good song. Scoot. Scoot. Okay. Alright. Alrighty. Yeah, okay. And then on TikTok, they are awesome. I do like a lot of TikTok artists. I've just come to like a lot of them. So that's valid. Does this work? It should. Hi, Moira. Oh, is that an easier way for you to get up onto my computer? Oh, that's good. I didn't know that. I'll open that. Oh, it does. That's so much easier. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think Vexed was the one that showed us that works. That works with the direct link. So I haven't been in him enough. Lies, but I seem to be struck by you. I wanna make you move. And still, if your body matches what your eyes can do. I just assume every link was banned. No, that's valid. No, that's valid. Don't worry, we're not big enough for that. We haven't had malicious enough people in here for that. Thank God. But, you know. Place on my place. Now I'm not paralyzed, but I seem to be by you. I wanna make you move because you're standing still. If your body just what your eyes can do, I'll be moving through. Be on my way to you. Well, I'm not paralyzed, but I seem to be struck by you. I wanna make you move because you're standing still. If your body stop. Stop. You stop that. I have to put like the graphics of this down. I don't think I can. What does outlines do? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, outlines are nice. I like it. Alright, I'm in. Thank you for the song request. What happened? Huh? I had a German song for a change. Yippee! I love music with the change of pace and mood. Hello, Pixels. Are you done with your meeting? How was your meeting? Do the easy parts. No. Oh, block. Yes. Welcome on in. Like this. So next time. So let's just do it a different way. Okie dokie. There we go. Let's get another background thingy. Because I want... Well, that might change, but we'll see. Videos. Fish flopping. Got any new hatches for Friday? Ooh, good question. Probably. Silly. I don't know why, but I want to put this in the video. So this is gonna go in the video. This is a lucky. Changed. Duck. I don't know why I want this duck, but I will have this duck. 3. And then I will add... Lane, did you see the upcoming updates to Repo? They're adding moon phases and new items. Yeah. Honestly, we could be playing on like the beta. Like next time, not tomorrow, but like next time we play, honestly, like we could just play it on the beta version. We don't have like map mods, so 1, 2, 3. I don't know what the fuck. This is terrifying. What the fuck is this? What is this? Ew, what the fuck is this? I don't know, but I'm using it. Yes, actually got mull a bit of it over today, but probably will have few things to film by. Yippee! I'm excited. Okay, I gotta wait for that to download. I'm gonna close this. And now it's like parts can be lopsided. So wondering who that fella is on the keyboard. That's BLT. He's a manifestation of you, chat. He's a manifestation of you guys. Say hi, BLT. BLT, come on, say hi. Hold on.
Mustard.
What do you mean must? Oh.
Mustard.
There you go. It's you guys. It's you guys. Isn't it cute? He looks around. It's you guys. I'll pat them too. You open Affinity.
I am us. We are me. I am Olo.
Yep. I wonder why he doesn't elongate what he says, though. Wap, bop, 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 bop. Wap, bop, 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 bop. Jesus! Is a spam filter? Oh. Did Moira spook you? No, Pixel spooked me because he started talking to me and I was like, what the fuck? That's okay. Wait, I want... Pixels open a Sprite. We don't have any
Mustard.
Sprite. Mustard. Is that
Mustard. Mustard.
Thank you, sir. Ah! Moderation. Okay, we'll put that on moderate. Don't read emojis. Don't read links. Max audio length. Max time to redeem is about to play. Redeem delays. None. BTS hotkey on redeem. Hotkey stop. I wonder if I could change this. Like, can it be like this one? Female? Oh, what do these sound like? The fuck? What the fuck? What are all these? Others trickster?
Mustard. Road.
Oh my god, it's that one? Oh my god. Hold on. They added new TTS voices. No, I'm being stolen from! You son of a... Fucking asshole. Stole the same one. Oh, we're like sold out actually. Hog. Alright. Hold on. Euphoric, empathic, melodrama? What is melodrama? Okay, maybe I shouldn't have like the singing ones. What's cottagecore? That's so weird. What is Jesse?
Hi, I'm BLT. I'm the representation of chat.
That's crazy. Yeah, I am. What the fuck? Tune beat? What is this?
Hi, BLT. I'm the representation of chat. Hi, BLT. I'm the representation of chat.
That is loud. Oh, yeah, sorry, I can turn it down. My bad.
Hi, I'm BLT. I'm the representation of chat.
Oh, that's not what I want. I wanted Stitch.
Hi, I'm BLT. I'm the representation of chat.
Oh my god, I like that one. Dun, 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 dun. Will the sweet fucker some of these? I don't know, dude. What is Animalese? Oh, this is like oh, okay. What is this one?
I'm the representation of chat.
None of that. No, thank you. Windows.
Hi, I'm BLT. I'm the representation of chat.
Wait, okay, what is?
Hi, I'm BLT. I'm the representation of chat.
Hi, I'm BLT. I'm the representation of chat.
Whoa, that bass looks sick. That looks cool as fuck, Rhino. You've been doing hard work. German, Spanish, Portuguese. We have Ghostface. We have Chewbacca. I don't want him to scream. What is this one? What's this one?
Hi, I'm BLT. I'm the representation of chat.
Okay. What's this one?
Hi, I'm BLT. I'm the representation of chat.
What's Hype Train?
Hi, I'm BLT.
That's so funny. Joey, what's Joey?
Hi, I'm BLT. I'm the representation of chat.
Blah. This one.
Hi, I'm BLT. I'm the representation
That's
of
a
chat.
typical one.
Hi, I'm BLT. I'm the representation of chat.
What's Smooth?
Hi, I'm BLT. I'm the representation of chat.
No. I want like a silly one.
Hi, I'm BLT. I'm the representation of chat.
I kind of want it to be Stitch. Do we want it to be Stitch, or do we go back to Justin?
Hi, I'm BLT. I'm the representation of chat.
Nope, we gotta stay with it. Never mind. I like him as he is. I like your voice as it is, buddy. I think I'm too attached. I'm too attached to how he is. I just really wish he would say like mustard. But I think it's like the limitation of
Mustard.
because like it's not in moderation, I think. Oops.
Mustard.
Yeah, no, it's not part of moderation. Audio API. Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't go mustard, because I want him to. I'm too much. This is the wrong one. Let's walk away. Need this one. I feel like Stitch might not be as clear with some words. That is possible. That you're not wrong on that. I did not think about that. Yeah, I just like him as he is. I think it's okay. Close this one. So, lopsided. And I kind of wanted to do like a zoom in. Can I do that? Crash zoom. It's that time of the month! Wait, what? Wait, what is that supposed to mean? What's that supposed to mean? I want BLT to read those. Can I make BLT read those? Handle bits, handle sub events. Cool. Now you can read sub events as well. And with that being said, I'll make him say the thing. Good, just a week ago.
It's that time of the month. Away.
I don't super like it. I just kind of want to zoom in, pan down, pan up, pan top level maybe. Zoom in. In the hospital, the homies, I feel so the opposite. I don't like it. Ew. Hold up. No matter what you say or what you do, I will ever be with you. No. Okay, I'll do it myself. Alright. Alright, let me add the other ones then too. Alright, Jesse and even blue. With you. And then I want to do... Actually, I do want to do like a spiral swing here. Actually. Here. And then I want this. What if I did another? Would that be too much? I hope it's not too much. So what you do? I will be with you. Oh yeah, but the rest of these are gonna be positioned. Zoom vision here. Okay. Next question. Do I crop the imagery in the video? I do. Okay, cool. I will deal with that after the fact. I add. Save. I'll deal with positioning it after. Abnormalities. I have an idea. Let's rotate it 90 degrees. Negative 90. Oop. And then one, two, three. Wait, no. Let's take one. Next one. And this guy, and go across. What if it's like, let's do this again. Yeah. Little, little swimmers. Those little, okay. Little swimmers. It's hard for me to find. Out of my head. It's a castle of it. The girl's poison. Function normally. This one. See. Boop, boop, boop. And here, and then here. Let's do it this way. And then this one, I think you're the headbands. This one, this one, this one, and then love her, that girl has poison. Like this, and then like this. I don't know why that duck video's for, but okay. Cells. Yeah, we'll do like a cell picture. Share, download. Around the world. What's up, gamer? Looking while walking the pubs. I hope the pubs are doing good. I'm just editing videos. I'm just editing videos. I need whoosh. I need a whoosh sound effect. I have two, I think. World around the world around. It's this one. I have like two. This will go here. And it'll go here. This one will have like, I don't know if I have a ding noise. Video editing, sound effects. Ding. Bell. Sure. World around the world, around the world, around. Fucking shit. David, okay. That's kind of ear piercing though. Right? Oh my god. The world around the world around. World around the world around. This one, this one. I think I'm gonna do this there. And this. These three, I want to make it a little less loud, but I don't know what that volume was. Lower. Let's do this. This. And around here. Let's do like a clamp. I'm just gonna take this part off and fade it a bit, lower the sound. Or maybe not. Do I have a yippee noise? I don't think I do. Yippee! And then we want the right and wrong one. It is right and wrong. All around the world. These are loud as fuck. So this is, I think this is the correct, and this is the wrong one. Cool, and now I just need to add in the cell video. Just make it super small, so make sure I'm not overlapping anything. And then make it bigger again. To the feet. Hi V. Did they send me daughters when I asked for sons? This once I ever met. Hi, Twitch chat on my computer is being weird. Oh no! What color do you want your dress? Blue. Blue, please. Navy blue. Ha! Fix it. Nice. Good job. Who has the forest? Is that what? Good, good. Did you draw it and then be like, sign this thing. Pathetic. Okay, time to game. Bye now. Bye! Mew and I are gonna have matching, thingies. Matching chibi models. Or 240. Or 240. Going school for wedding gym. You guys got us scared to death. We went movie. I knew how to swim. Be a man. So my routine. The dark side of the moon. It was racing toward us. Arrive. For the rage of war, a cup, go home. I'm ugly, and I'm proud. Oh, baby, you okay? I'm gonna give you a little bit of air, okay? Don't you get too hot. There you go. Switches for my baby. Serious as the dark side of the moon. It must be swift as a coursing river, all the waves of a great typhoon, and all the strength of a raging fire, mysterious as the dark side of. Whoa, Everlong by Foo Fighters? Fuck, I love the guitar in this. Okay. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. There we go. And now it already has music, so I just need to do the subtitles. Poggin. Oh, my eyeball. Alright. Oh, we're almost out of that too. Well, good thing I bought too many. Cool. And I should have, yes, I have more normal sand as well. Oh, not that one. Oh. I'll buy 2 white sands. And then I think I'm just gonna stick with box 3 for now. Just cause I think that's the only one I don't have all the supers in. Check. Set 3, set 3. And the other ones that are left are set 3s, it looks like. This one's sick! He's sick! I gotta go back! Ow! Whee. He's sick. I will take him to the vet. Time for you to go vet, little guy. Here's my gecko. Okay, bye. I haven't fixed my other gecko yet, though. Alright, set 3 time. A wizard. Alright, let me sort out the rares. You can go in here. 2. This guy. 3. Come on, baby, give me a super. It's the last super that I need out of this box set. Rare's not bad though. Rare makes us money. Oops. Oops. Oh my god. I just want the other ones. Workspace, scripts, comps. Text space, generate. Oops. Nope. Gib put. Okay. Oh man. Come back. I don't listen. I listen to this song a lot. I'll go for this one though. Come on, little babies. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'll listen to Buffy. I don't know if it'll fit here though. Just gonna put these in here. I can't. Okay. Maybe. We'll see if this works the way I want it to. Alright, build app. Where's the restock tank? Oh, it like sticks out. I don't like it. Maybe do this. I'm for it, I'll say it again. I'm interested in more than just being your friend. Moira, I love you. I think that works good. There we go. Ah, poo. Moira doesn't know how to open the door. You got this, Momo. You'll figure it out. You still a good price? Yeah, they're still a good price. Alrighty. 8? What is it? See, position apply. Your transfer from abnormalities in 3 different areas, such as the head. Just head, midpiece, and tail. That's gonna be lopsided. It's gonna be lopsided, twisty, or even two-handed. Even though those little swimmers do look abnormal, though, they, however, function normally. There is also no scientific proof of whether they affect the fetus that comes with it. Like, you won't have 2 heads if the swimmers do. So maybe next time you think a little weird. Maybe wonder if your origin seed was weird. Alright, that's done. I think I kind of want to do roll for fun. 26. Yeah, roll for fun won't take that long. Did I open my store? I did. 100 boys and boys shoot another shot to stop the feeling. Oh, my eye itches. Oh, God. The so relate to aspiration is a fact on vacation to call in. This will be 173. 846. Timeline, create, one, create. Can I edit these now? Oh boy. I don't even know what he stole. It, like, disappeared. I'm walking away. Someone see that. That's so cute. I've drawn my finger. You have to move this. Yeah. I think I'd rather keep this. Time. Shiny box at number 3. Yippee! Oh yeah, I guess I could have gotten the shiny boxes. They're expensive. Fuck. Dun dun. Magic. Bitch. Spanker. Oopsie, oopsie. For you. Freedom. Push me down. My feet. This time, baby, help me. Walk. Careful. Do your dirty work. I don't have to play when you are home. You already played it. Nice. Honestly, I kind of just want this to be one thing. Also, I want to end it here. Come here. Boop. Save. Cool. It like this. That. Okay, and then I'm like curious what happens if I just use a trailer footage instead of like footage from me playing it on stream, because it's like not super necessary, I feel like. Oops. Obviously, I gotta skip this first bit, but. Honestly, I feel like we could just use this. What is my aspect ratio for this? 78, 760. 78, 760. That's 790, 760. And they do such a good job with their trailer. Like, I really don't want to edit it. Like, it's not me trying to be lazy. It's just like it's actually a really good trailer. I like it a lot. Cool. Okay, that's good. Next is music, I think. Video editing resources. This one. Oop, not that one. This one. Nope, not that one. This one. Genre. Synthwave apply. Perfect. This works for me. Oops. this one. I have to replace out now with wish list. Wish list. Still there. And go to the end. Yes. She was laying on my computer because she missed me. Okay, well. Oh. She's like, wait! Oh, okay. Hi! Gotta say hi to Moira for a little bit. Okay, cool. Blue jeans, acting at the movies. How's it feel so mystical? Magical. Oh, baby. Doop. Magical. Oh, baby, loves me true. Okay, I can buy a restocker now. Give me just a little bit of something we can work it with. Do it different. Get out of here. Oh, baby, wants me. Sick baby. No. The witch is sick. We must run. Does it feel so mystical, magical? Oh, babe. Don't you know? Don't you know? My baby's better yet, man. There's a chicken in that one. Man, you're not really taking care of my kids. What's happening here? Why isn't she taking care of my geckos? Bro, take care of my geckos. No, I'll put them here. Fix them! So if I suck them into the restocker, does that fix it? Yeah, you go restock it. Except the rare ones. I don't need such a big catch basin. Thank you for your donation. Oh my goodness, yes, Moira. Oh, poor Bean. Oh, baby. So I think I should just need a smaller catch basin. Let's do this one. Actually, I realize why. Okay, I realize them. I just scoot this. And I move this over. Move this. Move it. Can I put it on the wall? Let me put it on the wall. Put on a different wall. Disable size. The fuck? No, let me move it. No. Oh, it's like not on the wall. One of the babies is sick. The fuck? What am I supposed to do about the sick ones? The vet's not healing them. Right away. Some of the purple ones. I think. Someone else? Oh, it's pink hot dog one. Pink hot dog boy, let's go. I'll get you fixed. I don't know how I'm supposed to get you fixed though. Because the doctor isn't fixing your siblings, but I'm supposed to put them on the table. Oh! What? Still sick. Oh, this is how we fix them. Yippee! You go there. Yay! I didn't know I had to fix them. Can we talk all night? Yay! Okay. He's better. I gotta fix up the witch. Yeah, all of them are fixed. Cool. There's a robber! Get him, baby. Got him. I'll go get the other ones. Really quick, I gotta me. Talk all night. There it comes. To me in Spanish, talk to me in your own made up language. Doesn't mean if I understand it. Oh. To get my babies from the vet. Whee. Whee. I feel like I should have taken the cart. I don't know if you can take the cart out of the store though. You probably can though. Mamas. Where's Mick Jackson? I am for real. Never meant to make it all to cry. I apologize. Where's Mick Jackson? I am for real. Never meant to make it all to cry. I apologize. Oh my god. I'm gonna buy a lot of stuff. Miss Jackson, I am for real. Never meant to make a daughter cry. I apologize. Excuse me, sorry, I'm restocking her. Let's do one of these. I found my favorite PJ pants. Yippee! I'm glad. Oh no. Bro, you are slow as fuck. You're losing us customers. Alright, we're broke now. And to make a daughter cry, I apologize 100 times. Miss Jackson, I am for real. Never meant to make a daughter cry. I apologize 1,000,000,000 times. I gotta go to the ocean. Spiral, starfish, rainbow. Is this one of them? I don't think this is spiraled enough. Spiral. To make a daughter cry, I apologize. Sorry, Miss Jackson. I am for real. I'm meant to make a daughter cry. No. I am for real. I'm meant to make a daughter cry. I apologize. Miss Jackson. I am for real. Oh. What about you? I don't think you're it either. Oh, that looks like a normal one. This one also looks like one I've had. No new shells. Let's go back to the store. Alright. Boop. Boop. Alright, what is this? -123. Mischievous girl, whatever you want. All alone, thing that I want. Mischievous boy, I already know. I'm all yours, waiting for you teasing me. There's a comedy-driven narrative adventure full of chaos, minigames, and choices. Spank, spare, or smooch. Smooch your way through the corrupt 90s game. Haunted by a lonely, unstable virus. Free page a few months ago. I'm playing their demo. It was so fun. I loved all the secrets, alternative paths. And honestly, trying to know how this game goes through. If you pop over to Steam right now, there's a free demo available if you already played it and are wishing for the full game like I am. Well, you're in luck as the full game releases. Full game releases on April 26th. Pog! Don't be mean. Don't be mean. Alright, one more video. And it's the easiest one, it's just Vibe and Shine. Alright. Excuse girl, whatever you want, all alone. Get out of here. Ooh. I'm putting the rare ones over here. I just want a normal one. Oh my god, he's filling the normal ones up. Cool. To be honest, I wish the stalkers didn't, like the employees didn't wear the same colors as the thieves, because it keeps making me think there's a thief in my store. See, if it was my choice, I wouldn't have them wear these colors. They would wear very different colors. Big, dirty, stinking face. Dirty, stinking face. Big, dirty, stinking face. Dirty, stinking, big, dirty, stinking face. Big, dirty, stinking face. No weed. I don't need no heroin. I don't want no coke. I'm gonna keep a ketamine. Oops. Hiya. Fuck you, Damien. Oh, your fucking face away. Okay. Don't need no weed. I don't need no heroin. Want no coke. And then keep your ketamine. Baseline junkie. I'm a baseline junkie. I like it funky. Dirty stinking bass. Big dirty stinking bass. Big dirty stinking bass. What's this one first? And then 38. I'm fucking guilty. I don't need no heroin. I don't want no coke. You okay, man? Oh fuck. I clicked the wrong button. Big dirty stinking bass. Dirty stinking bass. Big dirty stinking bass. Dirty stinking big dirty stinking bass. Dirty stinking bass. Big dirty stinking bass. I'm gonna flip him out a bit, I think. The ruler's just so pretty. $78, $51. Go save. Then so good. Okay, I'm just going to modify things just a little bit. So I just want to scoot things up, so it should be up 78. I think so. That should work. Okay, and then I just need to get some memes. What memes do I want to use? Let's go here. Let's see what I got in here. I have this tiny little cat. Place this one. What? Did I not replace it? Oh, it's a gif of. What else I got? Lemons. Fuck it, we'll do the lemons. And then we gotta replace this one with something else. This one. Do that one. Zoom it down a little bit, and then we're also going to knock that down. What? What? Oh. What? Make this 0. Get that off. Move this open. Oop. There we go. Cool. And now timeline. Singular crate. I don't even know if I'm making money. I think I am. I'll be honest, I can't really tell. Someone's sick. Baby is sick. Where'd you go? Okay, let's go. Actually, not yet. Go right here. Criminal? No, worker. Okay. Let's go sick one. The sick baby. Let's go fix him. Dude, I like this song. All better. Asshole. I'm taking care of my children that I sell for a profit. No one else looks sick. Cool. Mr. Sunshine. I think it's the knee. Mr. Sunshine. The tracks. I'll just do there a hoodoo. Ooh, I leveled. Cricket food! I'm gonna have to expand our repertoire, but yeah. Or I can just stop selling a certain type of sand. Probably the best, to be honest. So, blooms. So like look. Like oh, did I fuck that up? Oh, I did. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my, eye like hurts. Okay. Bloop, 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 bloop. Making it not only boop. I love how to match all oxage. Bio. Exit this guy. We're gonna do like this. I really like doing that shortcut where it like just cuts everything and makes it a really nice line. It just makes me happy. It's very satisfying. Cool. Playback, timeback now, workspace. Snap captions, text color, generate. Let's go back to the store. Go this way. I wish I could specify like what kind of geckos I want in what container, but it is what it is. Time to make it. A rare one. Another rare one. Yippee! Another one. Oh my god! Yay! Rare black bunny. You know the sponge like fun. The star keeps shining. Cause it likes funds. We all got in common and the shit's said and done. Undone. Is a dead fucking the city that we fun. I just forgot to use my eyes grow. I'm fucking hydro. Hydro. Wherever I go, meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Hit him with the ah. Guy's slow as fuck, bro. I'm so much faster than him. Also, I want to do something. So I'm gonna just leave the store for a second. Hey, what you mean? They don't really have a use of the shopping cart now that I have the restocker, so I wonder if I could use it with the shells. With the lean over my eyes, bro. Look at that lean smoking hydro. Wherever I go. I want the oh, it doesn't work? Rub it on. Anybody sick? Oh, everybody looks okay. Money. Those fire keep shining. Forgotten song is the shit's said and done. The roach in the city that we run. These are my eyes on. This little guy named Benny. Barracuda, which is the small species of deer in the world. Into the... This is Nashville Zoo. And his favorite pastime is chomping on weed. The summer blooms so... Here comes the summer. Like, look at this amazing tomato. This TikTok user was about to cut into. It looks like he has a cute little suntan. As a special treat from the art world, we have this wonderful new perspective on rulers, making it not only a functional but extremely beautiful piece. By also created this beautiful statement, which you can own today by checking out the link in there. Cool. Just making sure that everything is cropped. Hi, Mama. Hog. Let's start a fight. Hi, baby. Hog. Alright, I'm gonna get a snack really quick. See, tomorrow we're gonna edit club clips. So I'm gonna get a snack really quick and then we'll come back and we're gonna do some 3D art. So we will close out of this save game. Yep. Quit. I'm just gonna make sure everything went well today. Let's start a fight. Let's start a fight. Let's start a fight. Let's start a fight. Snack time. Yes, it's snack time. I'm hungies. Alright. Wait, what is this? Super Farming Boy? Super Farming Boy? What is this? Oh, this looks interesting. Maybe I'll check it out. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm back and I had a snack. I had some grapes and I had these chili lime, like handmade Mexican chips. They're so good. We were requested by the Pixels to create a thingy. So I'm creating the thingy. Once I figure out how to do the thingy. How do I find the brushes? Is this not the window that I have? Window. How do I make brush different? Properties. Actually. Brush, there you go. This is not bad. And then we do like this color. That's kind of cool. We can do the same. My tongue, I want it. I think I got the last one more. Yeah. I do. What else do we have? Patterns. Diagonal line. What? Oh, the only thing. That's kind of cool. Ooh, creepy. Yeah. Let's see. What about this one? Oh, they have watercolors in here. Just the way you are. It's not bad. My bottle. Ooh, I like this. I should would have. I feel like that. Properties. Opacity. Repeat. Repeat.
So
cool. It was exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah. So theirs, I'd say, is the general vibe of the book is almost like field researchery. They have a lot of asymmetry in like the pages, but yeah, something more like that kind of evokes watercolor. If we could make it like a little less noisy, like larger breakups, if that makes sense.
I could do it like.
Is it literally just like a brush stroke?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah. Because we had other ones. Like we have these ones, and this one, and this one. So if, I don't know if you have one that you like more.
Some of those feel a little too like calligraphy to me. That one's blood. That's sick, but not not necessarily like maybe thematic, like individual like ones would have something like that. Like if we just did like the monk page, but
I have to figure out how tapering works with this, but
that's fair. It's because it's over. Oh, I see. It's rounded. It's weird. Are these? Oh yeah, you could just totally just import any brushes. That's cool. Some of these just really, I think it's partially the red, but they just really read as like blood.
Maybe someone killed someone and then it was like, that could be a good brush.
Is this the first one you had?
I think so. I think it was actually this one.
Yeah.
I know, right? Have you heard the wedding version of the song right now? I like it a lot. I'm trying to make it deeper.
Oh.
So let's make it smaller. And then this is how we fake the taper. When I grab the corner, it does the whole thing.
Ooh, that's weird.
I don't.
Here, I have an idea.
Oh wait. I hear Pixels. Oh, is Pixels the great song? Pixels is looking at this because this is there.
Hello.
Oh, I have a chip left. I don't think I've heard it. Okay. I'm gonna play it for you. It's not perfect, but it's not that bad. I'll be there for you. Wedding version. Add cue. Skip song. There you go. There you go, Raina.
Oh, because it's all tied to the pressure. Oh. This is weird.
Mm-hmm. Especially just stretches the original.
Yeah, instead of repeating the time.
Mm-hmm. Move the red lines, it changes where it repeats.
Oh, I see.
I think doing that, and then you have to like change the red lines, and then it changes it. So like they overlap a bit now instead of just kind of like cutting and repeating.
This is so similar but so different.
I feel like I need to give this to you for like a day. And
Yes,
you can like play with.
I agree.
I mean, this is like, so how this works is like, I'll go back. Let's say we make some text and we say blah de blah de blah. And then we want it to be a header, but we want it to ignore it. Then we just do We do this one. And then we do normal text. And then what I normally do is I make the first letter bigger. So I just do this and then I just go boop. Now it's bigger. Or maybe instead I want it to be the normal header that actually gets included in stuff. Then we're going to do header base. And then we're going to take this guy. And then we're going to make a header initial. Wow. Or instead, maybe I just want it to be a chapter. Then we do chapter base text. And then we do chapter this to change the color, chapter initial, and then let's say it's like that's the chapter, and this is caps on, huh? Oh no, la la poo poo, and then this is the chapter title. So and then it changes it back to normal. And then instead I want it bulleted. Oh wow, it's bulleted, and we'll have the nice like if you go outside of the bulleted thing. Shit. And then if like it's like I don't know how to do it with this one, but like if it goes onto the next line, it will be indented. Same with the numbers. So it's set up already. So.
Okay, that makes sense.
So I can just set it to you.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good.
Just open it and whatever you want.
With that stroking thing, my thought, because it's not working exactly how I thought it would when I first looked at it.
You can use whatever stroke you want in whatever version you want. So if you wanted to do it in photo, you could.
Okay, so yeah, so what I was gonna ask is like, would it almost be more viable to just make a custom?
Yeah, if you
just put it in there.
Yeah, if you want.
Okay.
I've raised a murderer. Yeah, no problem. Playtest. Watching Netflix with the family, and now I'm adding to the movie suggestions. Ooh, what movie did you guys watch? Cells at Work. That's an anime! That's an anime. I've been meaning to watch that anime. Will I ever watch that anime? I don't know. I don't know. What's Gordy doing? Is he still playing the Backrooms? Review Pumpkin Man. Congrats on partner. Right now I slink back into the darkness. Alright. Art time. Art time. Oh, my body. Oh, God, my back. Okay. Also, I realized I don't have my pride pins on anymore. Pride pins. There it is. Put it on my head. Wait, can I fit it in the heart? There, now it looks like a little hairpin. It's kind of big though, huh? There we go. Okay. Thank you for the head pads. Open recent furniture. Furniture. Oh. What just happened? Murder. Moira's murdering a stuffed animal right now. I'm watching my baby murder. Oh shit, what the fuck? I must have been tired to not remember to do these. Alrighty, and then we're just gonna grab this guy, put him here, but we're going to use the correct ambient occlusion, which is this one. Okay. Ambient occlusion. open stuff. Textures. Yes, I know I'll never win. The haze above my TV is just everything I see. Oh, fuck, I do have the wrong one. Huh. Forward to go down on me. Well, stop there and let me correct it. I wanna live a life from a new perspective. Well, because I love your face, and I'll admire your expensive taste. And who cares if I'm not offended? I wanna live in that perspective. A good idea. I'm getting out of here. It's gonna be, oops. Where to go down on me? Fridge base. You for granted, but I still respect the times. Fridge content. Everything is fine. Waiting for the towers, 110 lines. Delete. Final import. Forward to go down on me. Stop there and let me correct it. I wanna live a life from a new perspective. Furniture import. Taste and who cares about the dimension? I wanna live a life from a new perspective. Would be a good idea. There we go. Now I can do the little the shading and stuff. Come and go, listen through, put a heavy load on you, I know. With any beside, pushing through your bed. Take a look around instead and watch me go. Base. Some roughness. Stop there and let me correct it. I wanna live a life from a new perspective. I'm alone because I love your face, and you'll admire your expensive taste. And who cares if I'm an offended? New perspective. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Oh fuck, okay. Let's just take this off. I wanna live a life from a new perspective. Would be a bad idea. Getting out of here. And then I want it to be shiny, so I think I make it white. Actually, I want this to be white, and then I want the magnets to be gray. Let's see how that works. Do you update your Affinity every time it tells you to? Yes. Not publisher, though. I haven't updated publisher, but I can. I'm just lazy. Key lime pie. I want hydration one, too. I'm gonna buy more advanced GG, which you can get for 10% off. Alright. I'm buying my advanced GG, so you should too. And if you get yourself an order of it, you can get 10% off with my code milkgg at checkout. For any order, not just your first order. Because I thought it might be just my first order, but it wasn't. Smile. Milkgg. That would have been funny. If that was what I chose for my thing. Did I do this wrong? What? Oh. Oh, damn, it lagged. It lagged or you lagged, because technically, you're the one that wrote milk. Am I going the wrong way with this? Is black? Is black shiny? It is. There was a long delay on the command in chat for me. Oh, valid. Ooh. Ooh, what is this game? I'm not. No, I am. No, I'm not a human. Warning, stay inside, lock your doors, close the blinds, only let humans in, eliminate all visitors, and anxiety, horror, paranoia about the end times. I like it! I want to try it. Q3 might be October, so if it comes out in October, I'll try it. Oh. Expired. Will be the millionaires. Need you. I watched as the nukes explode and kill the neighbor's kids. Yes. Okay, I want these to be more glossy, and these to be... I think I want this to be on this level, and then this to be on actually a matte level, because I kind of like them being matte. Mom and Dad. Ooh, now they're a little bit too close. Export. There we go. Watch as the nukes explode and kill the neighbor's kids. Send it out to space. Bubbles. Watch as the nukes explode and kill the neighbor's kids. This should be saturation. Let's put this, yes. Reload you and you. I did that inverted. Ah, fuck. Filter. Where's the filter? No, that's not what I want. And you can change. Tell me I can change. Delete. Oop, nope. I just wanted to delete the mask. Clear mask. Fucking fill mask there. Yes. Reload. Okay. I think the best way to do this would be move that. I think you're better off looking alone. On the way home. I want this to be shiny. Oop, this. So saturation. Shiny means it's darker. I want this to be matte. And then I would like that's fine. I just want these to be dear diary. Life is trying me. I get a sign to a mind, a peace of mind. Okay, I think that's how the reference should look. Reload. What? Roughness. Huh? Did I not save it? Yes. Alright, material. There you go. Hi, baby. Hi. Don't say when I'm not around. Times don't feel the same when you're out of town. Cool. These are decorations. Decorations. This is white fix. Ambient occlusion. And now I need my tablet so that way I can just draw the rest of it the way we should. I'm always on your mind. Will I have to prove to you the one and only Oops. I thought it gave me a new one. I'm scared when I'm not around. Paintbrush. Paintbrush. Chat brush. Make this UVs. Multiple. Can you not? Yourself together here I stay. Whether you and I know when I have to die. Forever, babe. All it's watch the rain as it's fall. Oops. Time time to turn around. Out of time. I think I actually want this to be like a blue. go. I just want it to be subtle. I don't want it to be too much. Confused as the wind. I don't think I like the fluorescent blue. I think it should be like a just like a normal blue, maybe. And then move some of this. I want to do it on like this part too. There we go. Move it here. Moves down. There we go. There we go. I think this room is done now. Save. Okay, so that means McClub revisited. Remove that. Need those. Yes. What's up?
I was trying to push stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a window that you had open. I could not definitely figure out what like tab it was.
It is so when you have like a brush selected, if you double click on it.
Okay, it was that one. But it was you were seeing the brush view, but it was in Publisher. Like you were seeing the list of brushes, and it doesn't have like brushes that I could find.
I clicked on
Oh, you switched the thing at the top.
Okay,
that makes so much more sense.
Where is the Unreal? Opaque, metallic, normal, emissive. Yeah, but what is the naming conventions? Unreal, opaque. Duplicate. Let's rename this. Blah. My preset, because these are always so much longer than they need to be. Texture set, mesh. This needs to be texture set and the base color. I think. This was all it needs to be. Oops. So if I do my preset export, yeah, that's what I want. Oh, that didn't. Oops. This one. Texture furniture, select export. Oh, window where you sleep, breeze. Ah, I want my neck to pop, but it don't wanna. Oh, I have to look up something. Arc window curtains. Got it. Got it. Okay. So they can have. Okay, cool. So they can. Child, so please hurry, I can't breathe. These need to go in. There we go. Delete it. Okay. Okay. But shouldn't that be class? What is happening here? I don't understand. There we go. Windows rendering. Okay, there you go. I was so young when I began. Oh, I forgot I have to add all these levels. Fuck. I've grown into a tall child. I don't wanna go home. Walk to the top of the midnight sky. Please hurry, leave me. Breathe. Please don't say you love me. Cool. Turn the top of that off again. I do want to add some beveling to that. Would jump off of this ledge I'm on, baby. Tell me don't stop. Make the windows bigger. I like it being 3 though. Let me see these curtains. Curtains. What if they were arced though? That wouldn't be bad. Let's do it here, maybe? No. Let's do this and soften it again. I had to change how the fucking bar works though. Fuck, I didn't think about that. God damn it. Actually, be smart about it. If there was ever want to move, these are the way to rain. Why then is she so perfect? Perfect don't mean that it's worth it. Don't know what to do. Actually. Oh, Moira. Oh, Moira Bean, what are you doing? I'm gonna say this, Moira, and you may not like it, but I don't think that's a very smart idea what you're doing right now. I whoop you, Mew. Oh my god. Blend. Nope. Curve. What? What? Again. When you're what? Why is this not? Think of what had pets. Oh, there we go. Oh. What? 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 Curve? What? What? Oh my god, I need to redeem for a cheek kiss, and it's just a kiss mark. Yes, that'd be so cute. That'd be mega cute. Okay, why doesn't this one cooperate? Sometimes I look at her. For her touch. Oh, look. It's very hard. Okay, so what about now? Why is it still so weird? The truth, it's impossible, but I love her now. What this? It's still weird. Why are you weird? It's a circle. Alright, what about now? It's getting there, I think. Face with its impossible. I love her now. Somebody new. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. So, boop, boop. This looks like it's just a singular one. And I'm gonna just fix everything. She is the coast of Chicago. Got lost. Does that look okay? I feel like it needs more divisions. Yay. This is again inside the room. Clear. And honestly, I wanted to be haunted by so she. Lucky me. West of Chicago. There we go. And now we mirror it. Odd. Look at all those chickens! Look at all those chickens! Look at all those chickens. I'm going. Nice. And then we just soften it. So it really doesn't need that much. And now we'll mirror it. The editor. Or we take this. I don't know where I wanted to do it. Give this one to this one. Because of component? No, because topology. No. World? No. Oh no, I think I crashed my Maya. Uh-oh. No! Maya, why? Please, I just wanted to make an arced thing and keep the fucking thingies. Oh, man. God damn you, Maya. Alright, toggle wall, hide walls, edit, delete over type history, frameworks, nope, not sealing walls, just include you. Oh, I guess it doesn't have to include you, actually. Oop, vertex. Alright, that's good. And now we can turn toggle off. Then we can edit, delete all by type history. And then I have to fix this glass again by unlocking it and inverting it. It should be okay. History free center pivot. Let's select it to objects, pog. Cool. And now I go here, go to furniture, go here, duplicate curtain rod. I think I see the problem here. I think I needed to do it like this. Let's hide this. This. Take this, bring this back up. And then do this. And then and now if I do more, it should automatically fix itself. I say as it doesn't. Nope, not you. Vertex there. Bring it up a little bit more. This one in a little bit more. You can't see I'm falling apart. I already listened to this song today. Get out of here, DJ. I want you to play something better. I already listened to these. Cool. How does this look? It's not bad. Just gonna do this. No, I'm not. That's a lie. Add divisions. Measure free center pivot. Here. Oops. And then we merge them. And then we will soften them. Everything sucks for me. Everything sucks for me. Let's close this. Same with the other side. Boop, boop, boop. Actually, no, I should do it like this. No face. Connect a 2-edge parameter. I don't think that worked the way I wanted it to. Oh my god. Oh my god. 2-edge parameter. What is happening here? Something. What is happening with this one? I should clean that. Just one piece for you. What the fuck is up with this? Tough guy, like a really rough guy. What the fuck is happening here? What the heck? It's clean geometry. I don't understand why it's being weird. Really rough guy, just can't get enough. Why can't I select? What is happening with this? Pixels more, the fore size concave, interfaces. So why did it triangulate everything? Weird. Okay. Well, we'll just do it this way because I'm tired of doing it the other way. So. Okay. Yes, I'm pretty glad. kidding me? Let's see if she sees. Maybe it's because I'm wearing. Okay. And now we split it like this. And then we take. All these. Actually, let's do it this way. What? Okay, let's do it this way then. There we go. Very clean. Very nice. Cool. And now... Editor. Edit, delete all my type history, increment and save. Alright, now I have to somehow get this guy to go to this guy. Mesh, transfer attributes. I could just do this. Camera based, and then cut it here, and then where do I cut it here? It's on the back. Yes. Ooh, I think I just thought of a better way to do this. Okay. So how many does this have? How many? 282. Mesh and divisions. Aww. Damn, won't work like that. Shit. Okay, that's fine. Maybe shells. Huh? Did I not cut it in there? Oh, I didn't. And we go on this side and cut it. Yeah, there we go, boy. Sensaka underground. Who are you? Oh my goodness. Even so, alright. Alright, and then these two. These. UV. Oh. We show. I need it to rotate so that way it's on the right side. And then align it to the bottom. Yippee! Alright, UV shell, this one. Straighten UVs. Oop. Okay, let's see this one. UV these two down. There we go. Now, this is the new curtain rod. Add it, delete all by type history, increment and save. And now we can fix the curtains. I don't know how I want to do this. So I kind of want to do it like that, but kind of not at the same time. I mean, it's pretty, but at the same time, it looks weird. Alright. Sip the gossip, drink till you choke. Sip the gossip, turn down your soul. Not iconic, you are just like them all. I don't know if I like this. How do they do the... Oh, they have like frills? Oh, fuck, I don't want to do frills. Yep. Okay, we have another option though. So if we go back, I have another idea. Sip the gossip, drink till you drop. The gossip, turn down you don't. And if you are just like them all. And if you don't know, so sip the gossip, drink till you drop. Sip the gossip, turn down you drop. You're not iconic, you are just like them all. And if you don't know. I don't look much better, to be honest. My other idea is this. I don't know if I like this one either. How did the first one go? I mean, oh god, that's not terrible. I'd... Talking for my head. Make it a little bit thicker. See, song selection is on surface, that's good. I'm gonna keep bringing it down a bit. And then we're going to soften it again. In my eyes. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to remove this top bit no matter what. So let's do that. Oh, fuck. Movie's all done. Time to get some writing done. Fuck yeah. I hope you had a good time with the movie. What kind of stuff are you writing today? I don't know what I'm praying for. I don't think I could love you more. Baby, that's just not. I don't think it's so what. It was good, bad, the cheap movie made with passion quality. That's valid. I mean, if you like the story of it, you could always watch the anime. The Cells at Work is an anime. Quite a popular anime at that. I want to get my Kiwi story done? Hell yeah. I'm excited. Shit. Oops, wrong. What? Maybe that wasn't the best plan that I've ever had. What the fuck happened here? Stupid. I don't know what. Oh, just because we all saw the anime? Oh, that's valid. Ooh. I don't know how I feel about this. Okay, you know what I'll do? I'm going to do... Nope, wrong way. Oh, nope, linearly it's just this one. Fine. No. Please. Oh my god. I hate manually selecting edges. It's my worst nightmare. So I did it so much for as a job. Hi Gar, thank you for the check-in. How are you doing today? Hope today's been pretty good. I'm excited for repo tomorrow. Hi, hi. Boop. Yup. Yup. What about this one? Can this be fixed? Wellness check for Gore now too? Oh my god, wellness check for everybody. Okay, one second. Yeah, I like that more. Okay. Alright, cool. Also, I kind of want to add this guy. There you go. I'm fitting prosthetic. Oh, that does sound difficult. That sounds fun though. I bet you'll look sick with them. I've always thought about doing that. I've also thought about getting prosthetic things in general. So like in real life. But I'm poor, so cries. I think I could just accentuate. No, it's not like it's really affecting anything if I keep it like that. So. Be like Dracula, you scrape it lick. Oh, I'll definitely look sick. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh my god, no, please. Wait, what do you mean you're not? Wait, what the? No, history. What do you mean you moved? There you go. Jeez. It's under there. Alright, now I gotta see how this will look. I don't think it'll look great, but I wanna try. Can I have it like flare out a bit? Ooh! Ooh, it's doing the thing. Ooh, it did the thing. Yippee! Oh, fuck. I don't. Wait, no, yes, I can. I'm smart. I can do this. Yay! It looks like a little curtain that's on its rod. It's kind of cute, I think. I think. I think. No. No, no. Eh? I'm gonna do it like... No. No, that is not. Curtain? I kind of like it like this. I feel like it's more whimsical this way. I think she's cute. I don't think this is cute, though. You need to get beveled, brother. You need to get oh, fuck. We'll do it this way because I want to. Oh no, what have you done? Connect. Yippee! I brought up Brox's briefs of holding and pour. What is happening? What? Who'd you bring this up to? Did you bring this up to like one of your friends or something? And what was their reaction? Did they like it? They didn't like it, bad friends. Honestly. There you go. Look at that beaut. Yippee! I'm so happy it worked out. Fuck. I was worried it wouldn't. This is the new curtain. Curtain. Go away. Curtain. Movie editor. Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay. UV camera based. This portion. To edge perimeter. In my current D&D game, Havoc was not thrilled. I reminded him of the conversation. Havoc is just, you know, jealous that he can't have a huge hog like you, Boris. When you play Boris, you know? Maybe he's never thought about, like, the fact that he could play a D&D character that has a huge hog and he's kind of jealous. That's how I would feel. I would be pretty jealous if I didn't realize that I too could be playing a character with a huge hog, you know? Everyone else laughed or facepalm. That's valid. No! Maya. 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 Don't do that. Maya? Oh my god. Maya, please. Maya. Maya. Maya, where did my curtains go, Maya? Maya. Your raids happened after you raided out last night, but I left my Twitch up on my PC and came back to a cute Baker Bear, so it's went Pog. Pog. F141. Maya. Me when I'm Phoenix, right? Autosave? Maya. Maya. Maya, what happened? Maya. Oh! No, this one's different! Maya, where are your Maya? Maya, were you auto-saving? I'm gonna say a lot of things that are against TwitchOS! Users, this one. Poots! Okay. 1 second, you get 2. Damn! That one was a wet one. That was a wet one, let me tell you what. Local. I'm so upset. Oh! And I hate it at the same time. Thank you for the poots. They all smell like shit. Okay. Documents. Maya. Projects. Default. Autosave. You stupid! Oh! I'm fine. I'm okay. What could you possibly mean? I am A-okay. Totally not upset that everything we just did just disappeared. Smile. Okay, well. Whatever. Whatever. Time to make it better. Because as Maya teaches me, 5th time's the charm. That one was fine. No, it's not. I lied. Bloop. Oh god. Did you at least say... Okay, you did. Thank goodness. Okay. I'll fix the curtain first. Bonus since she's playing... What? What? What is happening? Bonus since she's playing date everything. Oh, ew, BLT. That was BLT, not me. Oh, okay, valid. It becomes kind of fetish? Probably. It's a game. It's a game. If you didn't know, it's a game. Where people date everything. There's darkness in the distance. I don't like that. I think it needs to start here. Nope, not there. Here. Okay. Now this one. Oh. I don't feel like that's it either. Oh, it is. There you go. It's every kind of fetish. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, I'm gonna do this. And then... Actually, no, I'm not. I'm gonna do it this way instead. So that way I can fix it immediately. It's gonna be faster this way. There we go. Then we're gonna curve this guy and curve this guy. I just learned the VA for Gazpacho from Chowder's Egg is from Aqua Teen, isn't it? Wait, what? I heard the voice actor for Gazpacho from Chowder / Shake from Aqua Tween. Oh, interesting. That's cool. Well, now that I know that, I don't know if I would, play that game. Only because Chowder's like a little brother in my brain that I take after. Like, right now in my life, he's like a little brother, but he's like, he is me. And I'd feel like, you know, if I got into that, it'd be a little narcissistic. You know? I want to inflate this a bit. Inflate it. Oh my god. Is he even doing anything? You doing anything? This is so right. Ooh. No, not that one. For the first time. Yeah. pretty cute. Edit, delete all my type history, my shelf increment save. For the 50th time, UV editor. UV camera based. Make you darker because I can't see. So, oh, 2 edge perimeter. Out of my first time. But it's true, I can tell in your eyes. Bloop. Shift X. Edit, delete all by type history, increment and save. Maybe show. And then we're not gonna spam the unfold this time. I'm gonna click it a few times. New data will named. the DLC has a new new dateable named Michael transaction. What does that mean? What could that mean? Hold on. Orange shows layout. I feel like I could unfold this further. Eddie Short or Michael transaction. Oh! Ew. Does he look good at least? Or is he kind of like, eh? I got it eventually. Do they have pictures of what he looks like? I want this edge to stay hardened, I think. It looks nicer. This one is not contributing again. There we go. In the fridge now. Okay, I'm looking. It's not the right Discord. Meh. Meh. Like, he looks sweet, but not my type. Wait, what are date everything characters? I hope the chicken. There's quite a few characters in this, aren't there? Damn, there are a lot of characters in this. You could date your bed and she's fine. Oh yeah, Betty, she is cute. I do like Betty a lot. She's cute. 100 characters, good God. I like this one, Chance. Chance is cute. I just don't think I don't have attention spans for games like this. Dasha, I did like Dasha as well. All voice acted with, that's fucking crazy. I did like Dasha. She looks like a big strong lady that could carry me. Dust Bunny's cute. Dog. I don't know, kind of like Dog. Freddy. Oh, Gaia's cute. She's cute. Hanks, Hangers. Harper's also cute. Dog is depression, if I remember. It says it's Doug is he is a personification of existential dread and is voiced by Sung-won Chu. I like him. I like that he's kind of just an entity. Kristoff, Kopi. Kopi's cute. Lux, Lyric, Mac, Maggie, Mateo, Memora, Michael Transaction, The Toaster, Monique, Nightmare? What the fuck is up with Nightmare, bro? His eyes are bugging me out, but like, kinda cool. If he didn't have the eyes, I'd be down, you know? Forever gay for pan pie by panic. This is true. Unless that person happens to also have the shortest attention span on Earth. Tony's pretty cute. Titus is also cool. Fawn is spooky. Volt. Ooh. Can't lie. Volt's kind of cool. Winifred. Ooh, I love her hair. Oh, I love her outfit. She's cool. Shadow Lord. I found it. I want this one. I found mine. I want this one. I would ignore everything just for this one. Shadow Lord 420XXX. I like him. This one is mine. I don't know. I simp over some real life people, but I just like this one. Want to try the demo on a non-work day? I could. I mean, I could try the demo now. I'm done working. I just want to do art because I can. I just have a really short attention span. I'm not much of a visual novel gal. Does it have mini games at least to keep my attention? If it doesn't, then I'm fucked. And the only one I'd want to date, man, is this one. XX Shadow Lord 420XX. That's all I care about, man. Unavailable in the demo. He's got no media on him. Oh, the laugh was cute. Okay, well, whenever... I just want this one. I just want this one. He it? Bruh. Okay, I'd either go... Because I'm so specific about people that I date in games. It's either gonna be that one or it'd be... Where is she? She's in the D's. Dasha? The desk? Sun Jin Woo? It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Yeah, I could get behind Dasha. I could get behind Dasha, man. I like Dasha. That's the only two I'd date, I think. I'm very particular. It's either a Karlek or a Halcyon type. Or just a fucking monster, you know? It's really just either or. Sean Lou is funny. She'll get behind you. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Maggie's cute. She's cute. I like her red hair. When sleeping with 3% chance of appearing or drinking coffee in midnight. Interesting. Wait, so did they have a voice? What is their voice? I like the voice actor, but it's like, damn, Von Trapp. Okay, I gotta see it. I gotta see it. Oh no, he's the weird one. Oh, at least it's Gazpacho. Mommy, is that you? I just don't like the eyeballs on it. Oh, I thought it was Chowder, but it's Gazpacho. I wouldn't date him, but that's cool. I wouldn't date him, but that's cool. I can hear his voice. I like it. I like it. Windowlin. Windowlin's cute. I like her face. She's cute. I like that her necklace is like the cord to a window blind. And then her earrings are the other types of window blind like curtain rods. That's cool. The fuck? Damn! Wait. I like the voice, but she's mean. I like the voice of Safe, Sophia, but she sounds mean. Like, but maybe I could be her little baby. I'm sorry. Yeah, she was nicer. I'd be down. I don't want to be bullied in public. Lucinda? Oh, I just found her. Oh, she's cute. Wait, what is she? It's dateable. She's a part of the deluxe edition. Oh, she is the game's deluxe edition. Ooh, I mean, I get it. You know, I get it. I like it. I like it. I think that's cool. This is cool. It's an interesting game. Now they just gotta go out of the box and have like tampons and a dildo. That will be like the naughty DLC, you know? They do sex toys. I'm down for that. I'd be very interested to see where they go with that, you know? Sayu is in it too, but I can't remember what his character. He's the exercise equipment. Sayu date everything. What the fuck? Oh, I'd have to go by fuck. Alejandro Saab. He's Dunk. That's interesting. Hold on, I want to hear this. He does sound like a fitness guy. Alejandro Saab. I'm glad he got that role. I'm glad he got that role. That's a fun role. Loki was hoping the exercise ball had his own character. Lol, it's a missed opportunity. They could make it a thing later. They could make that a thing later, you know? Because they really could push out DLCs of, like, this is the sports DLC, and then they could, like, do, like specific one-off ones, like, and stuff like that, and I think that'd be cool. Good lord. Truly. Delete. Take this guy. The online shopping DLC. Oh my god. That would be so funny if they did like Amazon, eBay, stuff like that as like ones. That would be pretty funny. I'd love that, to be honest. Yeah, I have to edit this bow now. Oh fuck, what happened here? Why do you keep going up? Don't go up. Nice. The door has two versions, the regular door and the trap door. Oh, interesting. I like that they thought of like alternative routes for things. That's cool. I'll build the shit out of me, but I'm too far away. Okay. This one's a boom. I could not be lazy and I could actually put a cord on it, but I don't think I will. I don't think I will. Is they get in the way? Understand. Throw it apart. What remains and throw it all away. I'm tired of this body. The something heavy body. Oh, this is gonna annoy the shit out of me. No. Ooh, someone just yelled very loudly. And this was when you could go dispose, go dispose. Tired body. See this one. Oop. Oop. Take my How do you feel about raid specific emotes like boba straws to shoot boba at the raidie because milk tea? I'm not a big, like, I like boba, but I'm not a big boba person. Like, I think that's cute, but I don't think that would be like an us thing. If it had to be like specific, I'm sure it would be really cute though. Though I think ours would be more like a field trip. Like it'd be like the milk buds from the milk clubs are coming on a field trip to see you guys, and then I'd put you guys in a bus. Be like a bus emote. Fair is just the immediate example I thought of. I mean, I think that's a cute idea though. Like having an emote that you can essentially just like when you raid out and stuff. Milk Bus is bringing in the raid. Yeah. Transfer attributes. Component. Nope. Topology. Yeah, like that. Like that, yeah. Like Beesies. Very much like Beesies. Okay, this does not want to work the way I want it to, so we're just gonna do it like this. Need at a post. Apocalypse. Zombie walking in a groom stalking you. Man alive could not resist. All of your friends, they tried to kill us. I'm jealous. A zombie had never hit your brains. I just want your heart, I don't want your heart. Give one. Thank you for the hat pats. I don't want your heart. Perfect. We're getting there, chat. One from the undead. Shotgun, taking out the slow ones. Running in my eyes. Good work. I've distracted myself long enough. Woohoo! Have a good lurk. We love you. Just want your heart. Okay, cool. Be your friends. Toggle curtains. Add selected objects. Cool. And then add selected objects. Select objects. We spent my efforts. Okay, cool. And now I think. Oh, good lord. I just looked at the UVs and I forgot that they're not. They're. Oh no. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, I shouldn't have looked at that. Cries. Okay. I'll get there. We'll get there. You know. I think that love can take me. There you go. I didn't realize I duplicated that. Huh? Mesh. Set to face. Smooth. Oh, why is it being so weird? Cool. Fitting attempt at number 7 or 8 or 9. I haven't been keeping track, but I've probably already eaten a lot of plastic. No! Take a break! Don't eat too much plastic! No! No! Take a break from eating all that plastic. Please. It's not good for you. No, don't eat plastic. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Oh, I won't bevel those because those don't really exist. 173. 2. 2. Bro, this one, and then 2. Oh, shit. Why don't I? Toggle wall. I'm just going to cry internally. Just gonna have this fully covered. Would you like to touch you? This is getting distracting, boy. There you go. I really want you to want me. Say okay. Again, it's fine. Yeah. Would you like to? Okay, let's get on this one first. Would you like to? Without you. This will be fine. 2. I really want you to want me. Yeah, that's good. So, what was that bevel? 192, okay. I really want you to want me. Say, okay, I really want you to want me. I want you. I want you. What do you mean? And running in circles. Oh my god. Someone coughed outside and it scared the shit out of me. And I probably scared the shit out of them talking so loudly. Because I said that really loud by accident. Oops, sorry. Smile. Didn't mean to listen in. You just decided to cough out my window and that's not my fault. But I'm so lonely, so I hope it... I'm like dying on the inside because I just realized how much UVing this all is gonna be. Chat. It's gonna be so much UVing. And UVing isn't that cool. I mean, it's fun, sure, sometimes, but really, it's like not that visually interesting, I feel like a lot of the times. Oh, it'll be fine. I just want to texture things, but I can't texture things that aren't done. Right. It's okay, we'll get there. What? Hmm? Go back in there. I did these all differently. Well, that fixes one problem that I had. Oh, not that one. What the fuck is happening here? One, 2, 3, 4. These three. 4. Cool. This is gonna be 4 is accent beam. Sure. And then V beam. And then side beams. Hog? Okay. Where'd the walls go? Did I delete it by accident? God damn it. Hide. Edit, delete all type history, go and save. And now I have to open a second one because I deleted the fucking wall. Very smart, very pog errors. How do I want to do this floor? I think the floor needs to be its own thing. So the floor... Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it that way. Oh. 41. We'll take it. Give me that wall. Hog. Ceiling walls. Window wall. Yeah, I just don't have that in here, I guess. Weird. Oh. By you since I don't know when. Increment save. Go away. The editor. Are you UV'd good? You are UV'd good. Good. Show layout. Whoa. Tools. Modify. Layout. Is there a plug-in for Maya? Actually, I forgot if Pixels gave me some or not. Does this have UVing stuff? UV grab, checker, UDIM, UMAP, unwrap, grid UV. What does this do? What does that button do? Edit, delete all by type history, increment and save. Now click the big red button. What do you do? Oh, don't do that. Okay. Ooh, more buttons. Layout up. What does that do? Oh. 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 Oh, Mia. Go again, my mind. Mia. One more time. Yeah. Stack, keep textile density, scale, spin, flip, move. This actually might make it easier, okay. Dinor time! Have good dinor! Have good dinor. Goodbye, forever. I've been broken hearted. Select object. Number 7. This one. For texture. No, for texture. Material. That's what I'm gonna call it. No, I'm just gonna call it floor. I'm stupid. Yep. There. Alright. That's good. And I kinda want all the walls to be their own texture, I think. In your eyes reminded me. I'm trying to think. Kinda want this guy, the ceiling tiles and the floor tiles to be on one UV, I think. Floor UV editor. I touch your hand. Nope, not UV panels. Your touch felt shockingly familiar and oops. Okay, that works. Swore I'd see. But that means that the ceiling panels for ceiling panels wood panels. Okay. Just so that I know, I'm gonna make it red. Okay. And I would like these to be on its own. Oops. 2, 3. Okay. Maybe show this one. You asked me to stay. Layout. What? Oh, there you go. Flip, move, spin, scale, move, layout, all stack. I swore I'd see you. That can't be the most efficient way to do that. And whispers. And we'll do it this way. Ooh, cries. camera based. This guy? Is it this guy? Which guy is it? It's you? You're the problem child? That's crazy. Thank you for the wellness check. Is this not okay? Thanks. Oh, thank you for the boob. Alright, I drank all my hydration water. Now I can drink normal water. Before stream ends, I gotta drink at least half of it. That is my goal. So I can stay hydrated. These guys I really want this guy, and the window to have their own, this one, and it's going to be wood beam, and then we're going to edit, delete all type history, obviously, and then increment and save, obviously, because we don't want anything to crash. Stairs very aggressively. Oh fuck. What are you? What are you guys? Fuck me, goddammit. Yeah, I guess that's where we'll cut it, because I don't feel like this matters as much. I feel like I'm not gonna be cutting or drawing the highlights on this as much, so we'll be okay. You came from, I will not ask you, neither should honey, just put your Windows, rendering, hypershade. Where are my wood beams? Select objects with material. UV shell. V beams. UV shell. Unfold. Green shell. What the fuck are you? Why are you not connected here? Actually, I know why. And also, if that is why, then we gotta split the other side too. Damn it. Hog. And this one, this one. Select objects with material. Unfold. Optimize. And layout. That's okay. Feel like it could be better. So I'm going to cut these guys. Oh my god. There's so many of these. And then you... I'm gonna use straightening these and this one, straightening these. Yeah. And then straightening these. I don't know if straightening these is gonna work with it yet. Okay. This is so fucking tedious. Again, just do like this, and then UV shell. Oh. No. No. What happens when it's raining? Shells, straight UVs. Straight UVs. Straight shell. No. Oop. Oop. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, it's so crooked. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious, chat. Let's do like 5. And then just the fuck? The fuck happened here? Okay. Let's do 10. Oh fuck. Only happens when it's raining. 30. I just realized the song is about Playboys. Like, I don't think I got until this moment in time that when they say players don't love you unless they're playing, like, I just never correlated in my mind. And now it does, and now I'm, you know, we're here and stuff. It's like, huh. Huh. There we go. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. Ooh, you are one ugly son of a bitch, bro. Do I want to fix you, though? I feel like I do, but I want to do it this way. No. And now we... I love this song. I have to pee. I was scared of petticoats and starting conversation. All my friends are turning green. Okay. Ooh. Wall. UV editor, UV shells, UV this one, get set. Ooh, sure. What the fuck? What the fuck? I perchance forgot about basic 39 minutes and now dead from heat. Oh my god, are you okay? Are you okay? Why are you dead? Don't be dead. I want you to die. Oh fuck, that is not gonna work. Okay. Door things. Warm food, warm room, me dead, nappy time. It's nappy time for Vexed, obviously. And if you do nap, I hope you nap wonderfully. What do you mean this wasn't part of it? Fuck, I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. I'll be right back! Girl, it's midnight. If I nap, I ain't waking back up. Girl, listen, Vexed. You can do anything that you desire. If you desire to wake up, you wake up. It's just how it goes. No, I'm not. No, it's not my choice. It's just how it is. I look like it got less better. There we go. I like that. No, once I'm out, I am out until someone wakes me up. I mean, that's valid. I mean, it is getting late. Just, just drink some ice cold water and let your bones freeze and then you'll feel better. What the fuck? Sauerkraut? I do love sauerkraut, though. I love sauerkraut, and I do love kimchi, and I do love all these things that you have put into my fridge. Or my oven, technically. I do love bacteria. And bacteria taste good. Bacteria. 1, 2, 3. Lay out UVs. This one. Now, if I don't scale it, can you lay this out? I said if I don't scale it, keep texel density. No. I mean, these can be smaller. They don't have to be so big. Alright, what about now? Okay. Why isn't it, like, spinning it, though? I feel like you could fit, and the fact that you don't want to fit is stupid. Yeah. Fucking love sauerkraut. A restaurant near me makes it in-house and it fucks. Ooh! We usually get ours from the store, but that sounds really nice. That sounds nice. 90 degrees. None. What in the fuck, Knuckles? 2048 full square. Object. C. C. Okay. Don't scale it. Okay. That's actually pretty good. This is the door. Board. Door. These cannot be any better. Scan. I guess. Actually, could we... Here, let's go this way. Actually, why don't I just... This song is interesting. Oh, I see. And then let's spin layer. Hog. And this is going to be a wall. Oh. A sign. We're just gonna call it wall though, right? Delete. Wall. I wish there was forgot what I was thinking about. Okay, cool. That's fine. Delete layer. What? And then select objects. Cool. And then this will be milkgg. Exports. This is assets. Sets. Framework. Furniture. Boop, boop, boop. This is very, very heavy. I will be honest, I kind of want something a bit lighter, if that's okay. Yeah! In my life, not expecting the ride of my life. It's perfect from what I can tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me? Oh, what's your favorite film? The best movie of all. It's a piece of wall. I can murder tonight. Design on the what the point of life? Fog fixed it. Centipede, you don't care. A red flag, I don't want to get sad. Centipede is a tour de force. I'm gonna be the main goals. Connect. Why are you blinking so much? No, thank you. I don't want to die. I mean, is this because her date is a freak? Oh, the goods and what I eat. I'm looking for excuses. Reasons that I'm ready to choose this life. Over my life. Living life. Walk. Oh, what does things gonna be humans? Isn't it smoothing? Why aren't you smoothing? Set to face. We got myself with the love. The fuck? Why is this so weird? Bruh. Oh my god. Bro, just smooth. Why aren't you smoothing? Oh, I think that one might just be because of texture reasons, which is fine. Good old Nikki. Editor. Face, Venus face. You're not gonna push me around. You hit me down, down, down. Gonna push me around. Down, down, down. I think that belongs right here. Let's move inside. Whoa! Is this so much bigger? Oh, ears, my ears. Move inside. Right up my nose. Plus 21 and way out of control. What the fuck? How big is this brush? Oh. How hard is rock? Okay. Well, yeah, we'll do it this way. Push me around. Hit me down, down, down. Oh. Cool. cool. Cost me my life, then I'd say my only friend. Save. Alright. And then now that that's completed, I think everything else would just be retexturing. Except for this guy. This guy definitely. Maybe remodeling on that one. This one, oh. I like want this one, but I want it to have like more leaves. You see, let me see if I have the files for that. I wore. Could just make a new one, because it's based off of the Vine. Am I good enough? Just want a Vine of it. Fine. Is it 3? I feel like it's more bunched than that. It's like 3 and then it kind of like comes off. Kind of, yeah. I'm upset that I don't think I saved the file for the thing I'm thinking of. To do the ground down. I've enough, don't think I ever get it now. Cocaine, gasoline, and most things in between. I feel like it's in V6 somewhere. File, open scene, 50, don't save. Okay, this one has some plants. Time and time again. Ain't got enough. Oh, that's how I feel though. Plant. And I also want in a pot. Funny when stuck in the room. There's much more to say about. Won't be funny when stuck in the room. I'm trying to get something out of it. File open recent. This one. Little sounds of I was a kid who was stuck. Oh, throwing the towels with the fangs tonight. Understandable. Understandable, especially if it's being a bitch. That's understandable. Well, what was the hardest part about it? You could talk about it if you want. Trucks making little sound. Well, look Who's inside again? They kept misaligning. Ah, that's valid. The back teeth would sag. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. Tomorrow's a new day, and a new day means new chances for fangies. Wandering Jew plant. This is the pot. Doopa 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 doo. Oops. It only took me half a year to actually do it after buying them. See, that's just how it be though, you know? That's just how it be. That's like the natural course of things if you think about it. If you think about it, it's kind of just the natural course of things. At least that's how it is in my opinion. You know? We as humans, we have so many things that we do during the day, you know? We can't always just, stop and put in some cool things. Oh, I have to download. Emoji, upload emojis. Oh, it's so long. And then this one. And I kind of want to delete this base because you're never going to see it. Alright, gotta look at the Wandering Jew plant. How does it end? It always ends in three guys. So I think I can make this a bit bigger. I don't think I should limit myself to it being that small. Like that big. Yeah. And then we're going to break it up by adding 20 more, 40. Maybe that'll be enough. I don't want to do a little bit more though. This might be a lot, but I think that's okay. Jew leaf. I like the shape of this one. Actually, this one. This one's more like centered. Save and jazz. Oops. Oh, not that one either. It's this one. Okay. And now, take a cube. Take a cuba. How do I want to do this? I don't really know. I don't really know, chat. I'm just kind of existing in this liminal space of being. Oh, boo, 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 boo. Oh, no. I look back through him. whisper to love you. Need that you still moving. Oh, it's dinner time, chat. Yippee, thank you. Thank you. We have a fancy salad. A fancy salad. So you know what that means. Oh. And I bite my cheek and we watch Good Mythical Morning. Ow. I really bit my cheek. Ow. Don't look at that Creepcast video. Don't mind that Creepcast video. Alright, we'll finish this video and then we'll do the weirdest stuff that you can get at TJ Maxx. So I think that sounds interesting. Alright. This is with this dog! Oops, sorry. The poor puppies. They're so cute. Y'all have no idea what's going on. Nope. It's like, I don't like it, Papa. It's weird. Oh, poor baby. I don't even want to put my hand in that. Yeah, I put like a boot in it. I don't think Sean likes it, Rap. Aww. 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 He doesn't wanna. I think a big dog would use that better than a small dog. Probably like a bigger dog. I really feel like a bigger dog. Yeah, but that bad. Ew, Link? Making a dog wear my shoes. that's so cute. Sean's like, I don't like it. Are they friends? Mmm. Damn. That's so cute. I love that. Alright. Why is it muted? TJ Maxx time. It's like Cow Chop's Amazon Prime time, but it's TJ Maxx. Mmm. I love that everything they do is like a show in and of itself. Like, it's all Good Mythical Morning. There was like time for ranked. Like, it's like, I don't know, it just kind of reminds me of how I do my content. Isn't TJ Maxx kind of expensive? Mmm. Mmm. Mm-hmm. That is Nautica. Oh. A mermaid tail. Mm-hmm. Just for the home. Ooh, those balanced rocks are cute. But you could get that for free, in nature. A fake second. Ooh, I do like that. You got a point. It's got a point. Oh my god! A knife and a nook. Mm-hmm. 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 Romantic knife fight at the beach. I like yours. Much shorter than Link's. I like Gore's a lot more. Romantic knife fight at the beach. What the fuck? That's a whole ass fountain. I like that she almost forgot that there was a fountain. Cool. No. Oh, what the heck? You think I can't hear you? Cute. I love her Billie Eilish shirt. Wait, are they reversible? Wait, can you reverse it so they can face each other? Aww. I have one of those. It's a cow. I never fucking use it. I let my cat use it. I think Link should wait to put the theme together till the end. Ooh. That's cute. It's a cowboy hat. It's a cowboy hat. What the fuck? It's a thong. Ooh. They're being very, very judgy. Mm. That's valid. Working at your desk and you don't want to bring the whole ass fucking AC over. Aww, but it's like sideways. That is cute. I don't like that I like the other strawberry stool where it's like upright, but like it's cute. What's this? Whoa. That's actually really cool. Whoa! Golden monkey. Ah, I like it. I like it. Yeah, I feel like you should just leave it like that. Oh. I feel like I really like the first girl's set because it was just like for her, no, she had a vision. The other one is just like typical home niceties. Okay, luxury. That was. I like their little baskets that they got. I feel like they also got those at TJ Maxx. What the fuck? Whoa! Oh! I love those. Coffee? Oh! Oh my gosh, she actually looks really cute in that though. That actually looks really cute. Yep. Just sits on it. Uh-huh. I would have gotten like a pancake maker or something, you know? Or like one of the waffle makers that are like have shapes in them. I would have done that. I do not think I would want a bedazzled coffee maker. But I do really like the cups. I'm just gonna skip this. Okay. Okay, man cave time. Other way. Oh my god, yes. They have so many good toys at TJ Maxx, I feel like. Good kid stuff. I like that he took the whole lid off. Oh! Yeah, now he can learn how to play the ukulele. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. What the fuck? A catnip mister? I want to try that for my cat. He got Hans's on a PJ shirt. Aww. I would use that for my socks. I'd put all my socks in the hammer. It's a hipster cow. I actually kind of love it though. I mean, that's actually kind of a cute wind chime though. Oh, I love his little hat. Aww, I like that the doormat. It's such a cute doormat. I would get that mat. Oh, look at that there. The stare. Ew, ew. That sounds so bad. Oh. A little bit. Yeah, it's good exercise for the legs, you know? Oh. Yeah, she got a whole ass fucking fountain. I feel like the second girl, KG, she was very, like, practical with her stuff. Like, I could see that in a home. I really hope that those pillows, you can flip it so they face each other. I really wish they would have just gotten oddities, because clearly TJ Maxx has oddities considering they have that golden monkey, but... And that's... I mean, he's almost knocked over the monkey. I would have laughed if he would have broke the monkey by accident. Aww. That was actually a really good episode. It just reminded me a lot of Amazon Prime Time from when I used to watch Couch Out a lot. But yeah, that was fun. Thank you for having dinner with me, chat. We had a very good dinner with a nice salad. Oh my god. That was not what I wanted. I think so. This might be where I head out for the night. Not tired. I just kind of want to chill for the rest of the night. We do have our big collab tomorrow. Well, smaller than last time, to be fair. I had a salad for lunch. Oh my god, yay! We have salad in our bodies! We have salad in our bodies. Oh shit, Howlett's doing stuff? I'm gonna read Howlett. I'm gonna read Howlett, because we're already here, so fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I'm gonna go relax and watch some Creepcast, I think. Then I'm gonna go watch some Creepcast, a sandwich for dinner, which is just a weird salad. That's valid. That is valid. It's just salad with a lot of bread, if you think about it. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. We'll be back tomorrow to edit some clips, maybe do a little bit of art, but definitely have a repo collab. So I'm excited for that. See, have a good night. Thank you guys for hanging out. Here's a raid message. If you want to use it, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But I appreciate it if you did, so they know where you came from. I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.